It's now 5:30, and since we do have quorum, I will call this meeting of March 22nd of the Plan Commission to order. First, we will hear some information from our technical facilitator.
All right, welcome to our virtual Plan Commission meeting. We're going to cover a few items before beginning. If you lose connection at any point during the meeting, you can reconnect by clicking the link or calling the number in your original email. To members and city staff, members, if you are able, please activate your video and keep it on for the duration of the meeting. Staff, if you are able, please activate your video when you are speaking. The chair, clerk, and technical facilitator are responsible for muting and unmuting committee members. Use the raise hand feature when you'd like to be recognized to speak, ask questions, or request a roll call vote. During any roll call, all panelists will be unmuted briefly. Staff, please click raise hand when you are asked a question. The chair will do their best to call on committee members in the order in which their hands are raised. Lowering your hand will take you out of the queue. Members of the public who have registered to speak, the name you entered in Zoom must match the name you entered in registration. You will remain muted until called upon. The clerk will tell you when your time is up. After speaking, a member of the body may ask you a question. If you need to share documentation with the board, please send it to the email listed in today's agenda. Chair, the floor is yours.
Thank you. The first item on our agenda is public comment, and I don't see that we have any registrants for public comment. Is that correct, Heather? Okay, thank you. The next item on the agenda is communications, disclosures, and recusals. Are there any disclosures or recusals? I do have one communication. I will be not be here for the 2 meetings in April. I will be traveling, so I will not be here. The next item on our agenda are the minutes of the March 8th regular meeting. Are there any additions or corrections to the minutes? Seeing none, I am looking for a motion. Moved by Commissioner Cantrell to approve the minutes, seconded by Alder Lemmer. We will come to a vote, and I will assume unanimous consent unless I see a raised hand to object. Seeing no raised hands to object, the minutes are approved. The upcoming meetings include the April 22nd and April 26th regular meetings. There is a special meeting scheduled for March 13th. That will be at 5 o'clock rather than our normal 5:30, and it will also be via Zoom. And the topic will be transportation demand management and parking information too. So look forward to that discussion. Next, we will have our consent agenda, which includes both routine business as well as public hearing items. The consent agenda includes items that are removed from the agenda to be voted on as a group, on which staff believes an application has had sufficient review to warrant approval with all of the conditions placed upon it by various city departments, and on which the applicant accepts those conditions, and there are no individuals who have registered to speak in opposition to the item. Those items are placed onto the consent agenda, along with referrals, and they are addressed at the beginning of our meeting. People interested in those items can disconnect unless a member of the commission requests separation, in which case the item is removed from the consent agenda and taken in the regular course of business. Of the items before us today, the following are proposed for the consent agenda. Agenda item 2, 3, and then agenda item 5 and 6 are related and should be referred to April 12th at the request of the owner applicant and the district alder. Also on the consent agenda is agenda item 8, 10, and 11. Are there any requests for separation? Seeing no raised hands, I will read into the record the items that will be approved on the consent agenda. So agenda item 2, Legistar 64570, authorizing the city's acceptance of ownership from the Spring Harbor Neighborhood Association of the existing Indian Hills sign and decorative landscape garden located partially in public right-of-way and partially in Spring Harbor Park near the Flambeau Road and University Avenue intersection in the 19th Alder District. Agenda item 3, Legistar 64591, authorizing the mayor and city clerk to execute a lease for farming purposes with Dean Hermsdorf for approximately 16 acres of land located at 1504 South Sprecher Road in the 16th Alder District. And then again, items 5 and 6 which shall be referred. Item 5 is Legistar 60914. Agenda item 6 is Legistar 60683. Then also on the consent agenda is agenda item 8, Legistar 63309, located at 555 West Washington Avenue, 4th Alder District. Consideration of a conditional use in the urban mixed-use district for a vehicle access sales and service window. Agenda item 10, Legistar 64092, located at 166 South Marquette Street, 6th Alder District. Consideration of a conditional use in the traditional residential varied 1 district for an accessory building exceeding 10% of lot area to allow construction of a detached garage. And finally, agenda item 11, Legistar 64093, located at 924 Williamson Street, 6th Alder District. Consideration of a conditional use in the traditional shopping street district for indoor recreation and consideration of a conditional use for a parking reduction of more than 20 automobile spaces and 25% or more of the required parking to allow an existing building to be converted into an arcade bar. Do we have a motion on our consent agenda? Consent agenda is moved by Commissioner Cantrell. Do we have a second? Seconded by Commissioner Solheim. Commissioner Cantrell, did you have any comments you wish to make?
No, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Okay, we will come to a vote on the consent agenda. And I will assume unanimous consent unless I see a raised hand to object. Seeing no raised hands, the consent agenda passes unanimously. The next item on the agenda is public hearing item, agenda item 4, Legistar 64346, amending the City of Madison official map to modify the recommended street network for the portion of the planning area bounded by Voges Road, Pinito Creek Greenway, Tradewinds Parkway, and Agricultural Drive, Marsh Road. And Tim Parks will brief us on this.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the Plan Commission. Just briefly, the official map item that is before you tonight is to make an adjustment to an amendment to the official map that was made last fall. The Plan Commission saw last September, and it was adopted by the Common Council in October of 2020. Unfortunately, I don't seem to have screen sharing. Oh, here it is. There we are. So on the map now, in red are the areas that were placed on the official map last fall during a public hearing process for the area roughly bounded by Marsh Road, Highway 51, Voges Road, and Tradewinds Parkway. Tonight we are refining that to make an adjustment that came about because of some confusion. At the same time that we were doing the official map amendment, there was a development being proposed for property on Tradewinds Parkway that would go right where the proposed street was mapped. So you see those two parcels highlighted on the screen now. Contract purchaser was Newcomb Construction of some county-owned land, which would have placed the future street right through a proposed building by Mr. Brett Newcomb, who I believe is registered on the item tonight. The site plan is on the screen for you now. And the amendment that we are proposing effectively runs the street straight through from Voges Road north to Agricultural Drive, to Tradewinds Parkway, just west of Agriculture Drive. So we're taking the area that is outlined in black on the screen off the official map and replacing it with the area in blue on the official map, which will create basically a more straight north-south extension of Tormey Lane between Voges Road and Tradewinds Parkway. This change to the official map will allow Mr. Newcomb's proposed flex industrial building to proceed without any impact directly on his building proposal. The proposed map amendment will place that future reservation on the very easternmost edge of the future Newcomb development parcel on an undeveloped piece of property that's owned by Dane County. I'm happy to answer any questions after the public hearing, and I'll also note that Chris Petakowski from the City Engineering Division is here tonight if there are any questions about the future street. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will open the public hearing. We have one registrant, Doug Brown, Voges Road, Madison, neither support nor oppose, wishing to speak, representing the Dane County Humane Society. Doug Brown.
Good evening. My name is Doug Brown. My name is Doug Brown, and I am the Assistant Executive Director at Dane County Humane Society. I am here tonight to speak on behalf of DCHS in relation to the modification of the recommended street network that is before the Commission. On February 9th, 2001, DCHS and Newcomb Construction submitted a joint letter on the issue, which I understand has been appended to this evening's agenda in relation to item 4 on that agenda. We appreciate the City of Madison re-examining the portion of the existing reservation that, as currently mapped, cuts east through DCHS's property and proceeds north through a property owned by Newcomb Construction. DCHS supports the amendment to remove that portion of the existing reservation, which would then allow Newcomb Construction to move forward with a new development on Tradewinds Parkway. DCHS is also firmly opposed to any reservation, which would run primarily through its property. In addition to disturbing low-lying wetlands, the construction of a new through street following even the revised reservation proposed in the amendment would have a very negative impact on DCHS's property and operations. We currently enjoy a wonderful campus environment where our staff and volunteers can safely walk dogs, and the kids who come for our summer and day camps can safely play. The addition of a through street in this area would create a new and a substantial safety risk to our staff, volunteers, and visitors, not to mention our dogs and very active wildlife population. In light of the new north-south road just west of the DCHS property that Carl Rudebush has already committed to building between Voges and Tradewinds as a part of his contemplated development, Dane County Humane Society requests that the city reconsider the necessity of any reservation for a future roadway that would run through the DCHS property. Neighborhood interests are not significantly improved by the second roadway proposed in the amendment, but as mentioned earlier, it would significantly and negatively impact our property and operations while creating a new and unnecessary safety risk for humans and animals. DCHS therefore requests that you consider removing the reservation entirely so that our campus can avoid a later dispute over the proprietary of that contemplated north-south road. If the city eventually decides to install a road consistent with either of the reservations under consideration, we request that the city first provide a study that reviews the costs and benefits of the roadway for public review. On behalf of Dane County Humane Society, I thank the Commission for considering our position and invite future conversation about any additional amendments to the neighborhood development plan or proposed roadway. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. There are no other registrants. Are
Chair?
there any? Yes?
Chair, I do have one more that registered just before the meeting start.
Okay.
That is Brett Newcomb, Madison, Wisconsin, in support, wishing to speak.
Okay. Brett Newsom. Thank you.
Hello.
Yes.
I hope. Okay. Good evening. Thank you for having me. I am Brett Newcomb, and I have developed 3 parcels along Tradewinds Parkway that have been very successful. And the proposed parcel that Tim Parks showed earlier is, while we don't own it yet, we would be purchasing it from the county. And we are in favor of the current location for the future road. I can tell you as owners of property along Tradewinds that I really don't feel it's necessary to put that road in. And while I'm in favor of the location, I would not be in favor of that future road being installed. I feel there's adequate access to Tradewinds as it's currently designed. And the proposed location would go through wetlands. And I think it would be expensive and not widely used. So I'm in favor of this particular location. I would not be in favor in general of the road going forward. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. I don't see that we do have any other registrants. So are there any questions for either of our registrants? Seeing no raised hands, I will close the public hearing. Are there questions of staff? Alder Rummel.
Thank you, Chair Zellers. Tim, can you put that map back up so I can see it again after hearing the public testimony? And can you try to talk us through where I can see now where the Humane Society is. Sorry. And so was Mr. Newcomb opposed to one of the 2 red or blue versions? That's what I wasn't quite clear about.
There we go. I wouldn't want to characterize Mr. Newcomb's testimony, but he, I believe, is in favor of moving the portion in red through where it says contract purchaser, Newcomb Construction, to the area in blue because it impacts his future development less. Although I believe he, was generally not supportive of the future street at all.
Yeah.
But
great. Okay. And the green one is already approved. That's 51, right? So that's already eventually going through.
I'm sorry. The areas in red candy stripe are future reservations for future streets. The area in green is actually a greenway on the official map that is just there for reference purposes.
Okay. Thank you. And so why are we proposing this future map amendment? I remember the discussion before. I think it was one of those things like who's ever going to use this road and why, but it's now kind of murky after so many months.
Sure. There has been on the official map a series of reservations for the general area that we're talking about tonight, basically bounded by Marsh Road on the east, Stoughton Road on the west, Fogus Road on the south, and the Beltline on the north. The Beltline being just a little bit further north than where Tradewinds Parkway is. And a series of both mapped greenways and future streets have been mapped in this area of the current and future city since the early 1970s. And what we did last fall, based in part on feedback we've gotten both in the past from the Humane Society and from property owners further to the west, closer to Stoughton Road, most notably the Dahl family, that the reservations that existed on their property were impeding interest they had in developing their property. The Humane Society was in particular impacted by a 380-foot restricted area that was put in place about 20 years ago as they were more intensively developing the Humane Society property, which was basically agreed upon by the Humane Society and the city as a way to preserve the eastern 380 feet of their property from anything happening that would impede our ability to implement the official map, which had both green corridors or a greenway for drainage, more specifically, as well as that future north-south street on their property. And so one of the things that we did with the amendment last fall was to clarify where that north-south street would go between Tradewinds and Fogus. Unfortunately, in the process of doing that, really sort of a left hand not knowing what the right hand was doing, Mr. Newcomb was receiving his approvals for the building on Tradewinds Parkway, which would be smack where we were proposing to map a reservation. And as the Plan Commission will recall from its many involvements with the official map last fall, you cannot issue a building permit for a building where there is a mapped reservation, really just to distill it to its essence. So in order for Mr. Newcomb's project to proceed, we have to amend the map to get the reservation out of literally the middle of his building and put it in a place that is more advantageous for Mr. Newcomb's project, and which we feel, despite some of the environmental constraints on the Humane Society property, will be more advantageous or less impactful on the Humane Society's property because of the location. Oops, the tabs are covered over here. The general location running north-south instead of moving west and then north through the Humane Society property keeps the future street away from any buildings that we're aware that the Humane Society wishes to build sort of north of their main facility, at least in the near future.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alder Rummel. Commissioner Cantrell.
Yes, I have a question about wetlands. There was a couple of the individuals mentioned that this future street might be impacted by wetlands. Has the city identified any wetlands in this area?
Yes, we are aware of some wetlands in the northeastern corner of the Humane Society property that would have to be addressed if the street were to be built in the future. And it's important to point out, for the purposes of our conversation tonight, that the reservation just preserves the city's ability in the future to extend the road. It could become, it could come to fruition in one of two ways, through the subdivision of the Humane Society property, at which point that officially mapped reservation could be dedicated to the public as right-of-way, or through a city project where we would identify and acquire the right-of-way for the future street. The area that's shown in green that my cursor is roughly outlining is the area that we know to be wetlands. This was information that was provided by the Humane Society to the city about 18 to 24 months ago, so it's relatively contemporary. And the alignment of the street generally follows an existing easement across the Humane Society property for a Madison Metropolitan Sewerage District interceptor. So we know that if the street were to be built through this area, that there would be wetland mitigation that would be required as part of that. And Chris Pedikowski is available if you have more technical questions about the street construction and the wetlands. Thank you.
Thank you. Did you have any follow-up questions, Commissioner Cantrell?
Not at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further questions of staff? Is there any discussion of this? I would be looking for a motion first. Commissioner Cantrell.
I will recommend that the Plan Commission approve amending the City of Madison's official map to modify the recommended street network for a portion of the planning area bounded by Bogues Road, Pinito Creek Greenway, Tradeswind Parkway, and the Agricultural Drive and Marsh Road.
Is there a second? Seconded by Commissioner Sundquist. Commissioner Cantrell, did you wish to speak to your motion?
Yes, I think it's prudent now to keep that street reservation. I think that in the future, there may be some additional development within this area that requires this street. And the city always has the ability to come back and change the street as we're doing now. So I think that we have that flexibility. But I think that at this point in time, it's prudent to keep the reservation.
Thank you. Are there other comments in regard to the motion? Seeing none, we will come to a vote. I will assume unanimous consent unless I see a raised hand to object. Seeing no raised hands, the motion passes unanimously. The next item on our agenda is agenda item 7, Legistar 64349, creating section 28.022 through 00492 of the Madison General Ordinances to amend a planned development district at property located at 9301 Crosswinds Lane, First Alder District, amending the general development plan and creating section 28.022 through 00493 to approve a specific implementation plan. Mr. Parks has a description for us.
Yes, Madam Chair, members of the Plan Commission, the request before you for 9301 Crosswinds Lane is effectively reapproval of two 16-unit buildings that were previously approved in the southwestern corner of the roughly 16.5-acre Crosswinds at Hawks Landing condominium development, which was originally granted planned unit development zoning approval in October of 2000. That 16.6-acre parcel is located on the north side of Midtown Road at Hawks Landing Circle, and that was approved in the fall of 2000 for the construction of 5 16-unit buildings for a total of 80 units along the Midtown Road frontage of the property, and then 31 two-family dwellings on the remainder of the property to the north, which is generally bounded by the Hawks Landing Golf Club on the north and the city's Kingswood Park on the west. The development of the 31 duplexes and 3 of the 5 16-unit buildings proceeded generally according to the plans within the first half dozen years after the specific implementation plan was previously approved. But for market reasons, according to the applicant, the remaining 2 buildings did not proceed, and that roughly 1.25 acres at the southwestern corner of the Crosswinds development is undeveloped expansion area in that Crosswinds condominium. The plans that are before the Plan Commission tonight are generally, frankly, quite consistent with the plans previously approved in 2000 in terms of the placement of the building, the general architecture of the building, the relative size of the units, and the site improvements at that corner of the property. However, the zoning code places a 10-year limit on developing from the time that a general development plan is approved. If the development is not completed within 10 years, then it needs reapproval by the Plan Commission. So the applicant tonight is effectively asking for you to reapprove the general development plan and specific implementation plan for that corner of the Crosswinds at Hawks Landing development to allow construction of 2 16-unit buildings that are very, very similar, if not exactly the same as they were approved in 2000. And staff is supportive and would be happy to answer any questions after the public hearing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will open the public hearing. The first speaker is Conrad Gorman, Shaw Road, Madison, Wisconsin, in support, wishing to speak, representing Gorman and Company. Located at 200 Main Street, Oregon, Wisconsin.
Hi, and thank you very much. Mr. Parks really covered the vast majority of what I wanted to talk about. Yes, this was, these 5 buildings were approved in 2000. The final 2 were not ever built because of the recession of 2008. We're looking to build these units now. We've updated some of the architecture, the floor plans, and but the buildings are in the exact same footprint as was initially approved of back in 2000. We got conditional approval from the Urban Design Commission about a week and a half ago, so we're working to address some of the issues they had, dressing up the entryways, some landscaping, making sure that we maintain as many mature trees as possible. Just addressing the two highlighted issues from the report I got last week. We're working with Patrick from Madison Property Management and the Crosswinds condo development in order to amend the condo association agreement and have these buildings be part of the existing condo association. That's our intention. And we also want to include a fenced-in dog run and a few other amenities that can be shared with the neighborhood and the existing association, as well as split, costs with snow removal, landscaping, that type of things. And then the other one, where our architects are working on widening the center core of the fire stairs and working with the fire department to make sure that they are within the current code and can get approval on the fire escapes. It looks like since the original plans were done, the code has changed slightly. So working on addressing that, and open for any questions that any of you may have. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. The next registrant is Stephen Anderson, Crosswinds Lane, Verona, neither support nor oppose, wishing to speak, representing Crosswinds at Hawks Landing Condominium Association. Stephen Anderson, you have 3 minutes.
Okay, can you hear me fine?
Yes.
Okay, good. My name is Steve Anderson. I live at 9225 Crosswinds Lane, Unit 403. I represent the board of directors of Crosswinds at Hawks Landing Condominium Association. Our association was formed by Gorman and Company back in 2001 when they first started the previously approved plan. It consists of 110 units, 62 are duplexes, and 48 are in 3 of the existing 16-unit buildings. I'm not here tonight to support or oppose the request in general, but I am here to air my what the board is kind of upset about with Conrad not coming to us prior to this morning is when I heard he first contacted our property manager and to first make contact. And it's my understanding that this thing has been going on for months, and we would have appreciated a little heads up on that this was going to happen. Now, we always knew it might happen someday, but it just would have been nice to know, when exactly. And the reason for that is, we're planning certain things to happen this year. And one of the major ones is we're redoing our roadways. And this is, doing construction on these 2 buildings is going to have a big impact on our streets, or at least the Crosswinds Lane. And so we're worried about, okay, we're going to spend a considerable amount of money to mill and put an overlay of asphalt on all of our roadways. And now we're going to have heavy equipment and vehicles coming in and traveling over them. And so if we would have known about this maybe a year ago or so, we might have not gone ahead and planned for this. And we already have a contract signed. The other thing that, we're worried about is how is their intent to merge it into our association, which is what we assume that's the ultimate goal here. And there's going to be a lot of things that have to be ironed out, for that to happen. And so, we have, of course, many questions of, that surround that, like how are they going to turn this over to us before they, start the first building? Are they going to turn it over in piecemeal, like as they sell units? Are they going to wait till the last building is sold, which could be a couple years? I mean, this is all going to have an impact on our budget. And the other thing is we're in the process of amending our docs, which is the declaration and the bylaws. And basically...
Thank you for your testimony. Your 3 minutes is up. The next registrant is Richard Zier and Joan Zier. They registered together. Crosswinds Lane, Verona, neither support nor opposed and wishing to speak. Richard Zier?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, good. Thank you. Once again, this is Richard Zier. My wife and I live and reside at 9316 Crosswinds Lane. And the purpose for addressing the Planning Commission tonight is because of some safety issues that we think need to be resolved before this proceeds any further. The west section of Crosswinds Lane right now basically provides access to 2 buildings or 4 driveways, and these are the side-by-side units. Crosswinds Lanes, when it comes off of Hawks Landing Circle, has curb and gutter, and it proceeds to the intersection of Whistling Way. And at that point, it proceeds further west, and it just provides access to these 4 families, and it dead ends right next to our condo, which is 9316. At the present time, Crosswinds Lane is right next to our building. There is 0 clearance between the asphalt and our building. And I think this produces a real hazard and concern as far as any vehicles that come down Crosswinds Lane. The big thing also is that when vehicles come down Crosswinds Lane, they do one of 2 things. They either reverse all the way back to the Whistling Lane, or they pull into our driveway, they turn around, and then they drive back out. So this is basically the main concern that we have pertaining. It's all safety as far as Crosswinds Lane. It's not designed to be accessed by the buildings that they're proposed. So the big thing here is that we are looking for a safety zone on the side of our building. The side of our building is the south side, and that's where the asphalt is. We're asking for 27 feet of safety zone on the south side of the building, and that would be before any driveway that goes into building number 5. The other thing is that there be gutters, curb and gutters put in on Crosswinds Lane to keep the cars within the roadway, so that, because right now there's nothing there, it's just asphalt and a little bit of gravel on the side. And the third thing is that there be a circle built in the middle of Crosswinds Lane that could provide access to the new high-rise condo buildings and also to the driveways, the 4 driveways going to the north. I don't know if you received a letter that we sent via email to the Planning Commission, and it has 2 maps with it.
That concludes your available testimony time. Thank you very much for testifying. That is the last registrant. Are there questions of any of the registrants? Alder Lemmer.
Thank you. I was just wondering if Mr. Anderson could finish what he wanted to share with us.
Stephen Anderson, did you have more that you would like to add?
Okay, now can you hear me?
Yes.
Well, basically what I wanted to do was request that you table their approval of this zoning until we have a chance to sit down with Gorman and discuss some of these issues that both Mr. and Mrs. Zier have and what the board might have. We didn't have much time to prepare, since we just got notice when the Planning Commission postcard went out. And so, if we would have had time prior to this, maybe, we wouldn't even be here talking to you tonight. But that's my main thing is just tabling this. Let us go and meet with Gorman discuss some of these things. Maybe we can iron out some of this stuff to everybody's satisfaction. Then they can come forward and get your approval and the city council's approval and proceed with their project.
Got it. Thank you.
Thank you. Did you have any further questions, Alder Lemmer?
That's all I have for right now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Are there any additional questions? Alder Heck.
Thank you. I'd like to ask Mr. Gorman to speak to some of the things that have come up in terms of lack of notification in general, and how he feels about giving a little bit of time to talk with the neighbors before moving forward.
Conrad Gorman, can you respond to that, please?
I would love to talk to all the neighbors and all of the neighborhood association and everything. We did reach out to Patrick of the Madison Property Management back in October and then also we've been trying to work with Debbie Fields and Alder Harrington McKinney to organize a meeting that has gotten kind of pushed back because of elections and things like that. So, we're not looking to break ground in the next, month or anything like that. We definitely want to take all the neighbors' comments, concerns, and work with them to do everything we can. We're just trying to be able to push forward to, continue working on some of the permits and getting our budgets in line and things like that. But, we definitely want to work with the Crosswinds Association, the Hawks Landing Neighborhood Association, and all the neighbors as much as possible on making this an asset in the neighborhood and not a pain in the neighborhood.
Thanks. And so you're saying that you contacted the condo association's property management company in October, but there evidently wasn't a connection made between the owners and the property management.
Yeah, I just got the name and not even the contact information, but just the names of the board of directors just today. But yeah, I mean, we would obviously love to work with them and get their input and make sure that this is something that is consistent with the rest of the neighborhood and fits with the rest of the neighborhood. Is our complete intention.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Are there any further questions of any of the registrants? Alder Lemmer.
Thank you. I've got a follow-up question for Conrad. So that engagement, those communications with the neighborhood are really important, and the ability of their feedback to impact the project is going to decline after you already get city approvals. Would you be open to a referral so that we can look at this after those conversations have taken place?
Yeah, we would be open to that if that's what's necessary. We definitely want to take their considerations into account.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Did you have any further questions?
That's it for now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Are there any additional questions of the registrants? Seeing none, I will close the public hearing. Are there questions of staff? Commissioner Cantrell.
If we refer this item to a future date, when does staff have a suggestion of 30 days or what? I'm kind of torn in this respect, because I think the the applicant in this case will have to work with the condo association in any case to amend the condo docs and a lot of other things. So in one respect, just getting him through this hoop would seem logical. But again, I think having him discuss this with the condo association and the others seems also appropriate. But so does staff have some opinions on this?
Tim Parks?
I don't know how quickly a meeting could be pulled together, and I also don't know how formal of a meeting that we would be needed for this project. Probably would be. I don't know how likely it is that the matter would be ready for your April 12th meeting. But I
looks like we've got some technical difficulties.
If the Plan Commission wants, the applicant should have, and with whom? Am I not here? Oh boy.
You're here.
You're breaking up. Now you're here.
I'm being told by my computer that I'm unstable. I'd like to thank Dr. Zoom for, really drilling down on that and getting to the core of the matter. I really don't know exactly how long it would take to get a meeting together on this. If it's just a matter of the applicant meeting with the condo board and maybe being ready for your meeting in 3 weeks on April 12th, or if it would take longer and require more engagement. I would defer to the Plan Commission. It certainly, I don't know that it needs to be an extensive referral, but either meeting in April would probably be appropriate.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Cantrell. Commissioner Solheim.
I'm just taking a closer look at the conditions, and I just want to confirm this is reminding me of another project I've discussed with you, Tim, on an expansion parcel. So I would guess that some of the conditions relate to either the property needing to be amended to be a part of the condo association or acquiring other easements because it's necessary. Am I understanding that correctly?
Yes. Basically, they have two paths. They can make this a fee simple lot by formally dividing it off of the Crosswinds development and getting any easements that they need from the condominium in order to make that possible. Noting that there is a private roadway easement that provides access to the site, and there is public water and sanitary sewer in Crosswinds Lane that they would have access to, but anything else in terms of sharing parking, construction easements, things of that nature would need the condo's approval if it was to be split away from the condominium as its own lot. Or the other option is for the condominium to be amended to formally include the two buildings, 32 units and the 1.25 acres into the condominium as it was originally intended prior to the market downturn of 2008. So they have to choose that path and follow it to its conclusion in order for permits to be issued for the two buildings.
Got it. So as was mentioned, they'll have to work with the condo association regardless. So thank you. That answers my question.
Thank you, Commissioner Solheim. Are there further questions of staff? Seeing no raised hands, I would be looking now for a motion. Commissioner Cantrell.
I'll just recommend that we refer this to the April 26th meeting. I think that because there's so many loose ends with
let me get a second and then I'll come back to you. Do we have a second? Seconded by Alder Lemmer. Commissioner Cantrell, please go ahead.
I think because there's so many loose ends with this, even though I think we probably could proceed in approving it, because it looks like they're going to have to work with the condo association. But I think it's appropriate in this case because of a lot of the things that the condo board president raised, that there should be some sort of discussion between the Gorman Group and the association. I think that's appropriate at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other comments? Discussion? Seeing no raised hands, we'll come to a vote. I will assume unanimous consent unless I see a raised hand to object. Seeing no raised hands to object, the motion passes unanimously. Moving on now to agenda item 9, Legistar 63785, located at 725 Jennifer Street, 6th Alder District, consideration of a conditional use for an accessory building on a lakefront parcel. And we will not have a staff report on this. Of course, staff will be available to answer questions. So we will move on to, I will open the public hearing, and we do have a couple of registrants wishing to speak. The first registrant is Judith Strand, Jennifer Street, Madison, opposed, wishing to speak, representing other residents of Jennifer Street, Joy Newman, Mary Schneider, and Richard Wagner. Judith Strand, you have 3 minutes.
Hello, thank you, Liddell and Plan Commissioners. I'm speaking on behalf of the 4 families that have lived right here on this tight little block for 25 to 40 years each. We own and reside our homes, these historic homes, on a full-time basis. We provided a letter voicing all of our concerns, and I hope you were able to get through it. I know it was kind of lengthy, but I just want to highlight a few things. We were concerned about the application in a couple of ways. One was the description of the surrounding area and zoning. Often you think, oh, it's just the house next door that's affected. And that's not true in our case. I mean, we all live together here. If anybody's ever been in this backyard or in many of these isthmus locations, you realize how tightly connected we are. And we felt it was important to realize and recognize how we have gone about our life, how we have respected the lakefront setback, as well as all the historic expectations for having these lovely homes and sharing them with our community. So effort was to make you see our homes and to see who we are. The other point about it is that there was no mention that this house was purchased in April 2018 for the purpose of making it into a very highly developed and promoted Airbnb. And it has put our life upside down here. And I was dismayed that wasn't mentioned in the application by either city staff or by the applicant. It's been an ongoing issue. I could go on at length, but I don't have that time. But since June 2018, reaching out to Matt Tucker, who at that point told us, yes, it was an unlicensed tourist rooming house. Health department was looking at it up until October 2020, when we had met with Alder Rummel outside. Actually, that was in September, but then continuing to work with staff who said, hang in there, we have new ordinances coming. And I would say in February 2020, I submitted a letter to Plan Commission as you were developing new ordinance for tourist housing, where I actually mentioned JKSR Properties and mentioned this house and gave some suggestions. We haven't been able to locate those owners for all these years. They only recently reached out to us, and someone said, well, they were living at 743 Jennifer. I've also been contacted by people at Worthington Street, where they had an Airbnb full-time, and said, well, we're trying to find them too. Do you guys want to join forces? And COVID hit and we didn't get to do it. So there's a lot of concerns here. And I guess we're really appealing to the commissioners to take a look at this and consider what the city says about, granting the conditional use standard number 3, that you're needing to balance out the neighborhood needs, and you shouldn't be agreeing to something that reduces the enjoyment of other property. And then also the lengthy information that's at the tourist Ribbing House website, where there's even the city recognizing that they are concerned about the tourist housing taken to an extreme will affect the neighboring property owners. And, I've got to say, we have neighbors.
Thank you very much for your testimony. That concludes your available time. The next registrant is Gary Tippler, Jennifer Street, Madison, Wisconsin, opposed and wishing to speak. Gary Tippler.
Sorry, thank you. The unmute button didn't appear till late. I'm familiar with all these properties. I've lived here for 20 years and have known them for another 20 some years before that. And I am very concerned that this house at the end has become a problem for so many neighbors, some of whom are quite distant, but it's an open shot between their houses, their yards, and this other house. So it is a problem. I don't know all of the details, but it sounds to me like staff may not have been familiar with all the uses that had gone on here. And I feel that it's really important to support my neighbors. So I feel that this needs more work. This should not be approved at this point. It needs more attention by staff and some resolution as to what is going on there that is causing so much disruption. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. The next registrant is Julia Steggy Ryman, in support, located at 725 Jennifer Street, Madison, not wishing to speak but available to answer questions. The next registrant is Christopher Steggy Ryman, 725 Jennifer Street, support, not wishing to speak but available to answer questions. Tiffany Amber Sebastian, East Johnson Street, Madison, in support, not wishing to speak but available to answer questions. We do have other registrants, but the remainder of the registrants are not available to answer questions. Are there questions of any of the registrants? Alder Rummel.
Thank you, Chair. Could either Julia or Christopher talk about the concerns about the Airbnb and where, if that actually is one at 725, and just kind of clarify what the uses are at the property?
So, technical facilitator, do we have...
Looks like Christopher's coming.
Oh, there. Okay. Christopher?
Hey there.
Could you answer Alder Rummel's question, please?
Sure. Could you repeat your question, Marcia?
Basically, you have two structures on your property, or there may be two properties, but you own them both. One's an Airbnb, one you live in. Can you just clarify all the uses where you, about the Airbnb and how this proposed structure of a sauna would fit into all of that?
Sure. So we have a 4-unit apartment building that we have long-term renters at, and then we have our lake house that we live at, and as people have been talking about, we do Airbnb with. Since we also live there, obviously, it's something that we are very invested in. It's our primary business, and we've went through such lengths as installing noise sensors to give us notifications if there's any kind of volume that exceeds limits after 9 p.m. And yeah, so we've I don't know, we've lived here for the past 3 years. It's really surprising to me that I hear people for example, like Gary Tippler talking about having issues because like he's someone that we talk to, and we've never had him say anything to us, nor have we had any of those other neighbors talk to us directly either. When we did have our the latest whatever the zoning.
Our short-term rental inspection.
Yeah, our short-term rental inspection. We were notified by Matt Tucker that neighbors had been talking to Marcia Rummel. But again, none of them had been talking to us at all. We didn't know that there were any issues like that. After that discussion, we had sent letters to all of the affected neighbors explaining who we were and gave them our phone numbers and reached out to have them talk to us. Again, no one has talked to us. And so we really welcome people to reach out to us.
This is Julia. We were talking with the neighborhood association about the sauna, and they wrote a letter that said that they did not decide to take up the issue because that our Airbnb was fully in compliance with all licensing, as well as they had not heard anything from the neighborhood. So they decided that it wasn't a big enough deal to take up any issue and even discuss.
Thank you.
And we go to Great Lakes. I mean, we live in this with our 4-year-old son. We go to Great Lakes to be like very good neighbors. And we want to be good neighbors. We're committed to this neighborhood for the long term, and we live here. And
yeah, it's just
a surprise to us that people aren't willing to talk to us. And also that we try really hard, like with noise sensors, we communicate with our guests all the time. We've reduced our capacity like significantly. Like we're constantly in communication. We have like tons of neighbors that you'll see that sent in their support that like said that they support this. So yeah, it's disappointing that, people aren't willing to talk to us directly, especially with how hard we try. And we've been severely like impacted by COVID. Like I took on like multiple jobs because of it to be able to pay our mortgage. So we wish that people would have open lines of communication with us. And yeah.
Thank you for sharing that with everyone. So back to the sauna, would it be available for your Airbnb guests as well, or would it be just more for your private use?
We use it and we offer it to our Airbnb guests as well.
Right.
Okay, thank you. That's all the questions I have for the applicant.
And it fits like 4 people. I don't know if.
Thank you, Alder Rummel.
Chair.
Did you have a further question? I thought you were finished, Alder Rummel.
I was finished with the applicants. I'm wondering if there's no one else in the queue, if I could ask a question of Judith Strand.
Yes, there is no one else in the queue. So, Judith Strand, what is your question, Alder?
Thank you, Chair Zeller. So, Ms. Strand, we did have a meeting this last fall, one of my only socially distanced meetings as an alder outside, but and neighbors did seem to, I had the impression they tried to communicate with the applicant, but can you just tell us what the experience has been before the law changed, and then once it changed, if there was any differences that you all could see?
Well, I can say because it was listed as the owners when it was purchased as JKSR Properties LLC, we tried hard to find out who this is. And I even reached out to the city and said, can you give me the name and the phone number? I can tell you through 2019, especially, every time I went down and dealt with people and asked, are the owners present? I never once had a positive response. And when I would talk to them about noise and their parties and let's say parties, their visits, their reunions, they said they knew what we were doing. Now in 2019, their website said available great party house. And I have printouts just to help out on that one. Great party house up to 20 people. The new ordinance that kicked in October 2020 did cut that back. And so now I don't know how it gets to say 8 adults plus kids. I know that house well. My kids used to play in that house with the Tyler Blood's young kids. And I know it's been changed because I can see on the website how much it's been changed, how many couches have been added, how many pull-out sofas, how an office was made into a bed, bed put. So it's changed. What I really don't know, and I'm sorry, Julia and Christopher, respectfully, I will say I did not know who you were, and we did not have your name until a neighbor told us. I think they live at 743 Jennifer. I knocked on your door once. I saw all the packages being delivered to you, and with Christopher's name and the address 743 Jennifer. I have been to 723. I have been to 725 as my neighbors have been numerous times. And we do not find you living there. And that's maybe not a fair thing to say, but we have tried to make contact. You did give us a note after you heard we met. COVID hit, but you made clear in your statement, this is your business and that's what it's going to be. And you've got some kind of noise things or whatever. But you made clear that having a vacation resort place in our neighborhood is your goal and your love. And you know what? I get it. I'm a lake lover. You've got so many kayaks and the pontoon boats coming in and out, and you've got the fire pit and you've got a sauna and everything. But you know what? It should be up north, maybe Langdon Street, it's best or something. You can't, putting it in our neighborhood has harmed us. It has done great harm by virtue of the fact that the purpose of it is to enjoy the lake and to enjoy a backyard. And we live on top of each other. And it is a problem, but we did not know your name. When the people from Worthington Street reached out to me, that's where you were supposed to be living, Julia, you told them. So there's a lot of stuff here that's just not transparent and right. And it's really undermined. I haven't been able to make contact with you, and you never knocked on a door and came down here either. And so it's been tough. And worked with the city, and you'll look at my letter, February 2020 to Plan Commission. I said LLC should have to say, what is the contact? We wanted to contact you. So that's what I'll put out. I mean, you can respond anyway, and I'm sorry to say it, but it has been a difficult relation. It's very different from other people we know in the community who are sharing their home with people. We don't see that happening here. I know that basement's 300 square feet.
Fran, could you be sure and address your comments to the commission
yes.
rather than anyone else?
There you go. Sorry.
Thank you.
Now, you can tell it's an emotional issue. It's been an emotional number of years, and I'm representing a lot of other people's concerns. And so I apologize for that. We haven't known where to go with this. And the city tells us with the permit, they're on paper, the paperwork is overloaded and they don't have staff, and we get it. So it's a frustrating situation when it's your daily life and you're not sure where to turn. So that's where the commission, when we saw this application came through, we were like, boy, we've just got to respond to this. And I hope the commissioners will support us.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Tran. That's all I have, Commissioner.
Okay. Are there further questions of our registrants? Seeing no raised hands, I will close the public hearing. Are there questions of staff? We do have Matt Tucker here from zoning, and of course, Heather Stouter. Commissioner Cantrell.
Could staff address the issues about the bed and breakfast and are there outstanding violations, or can you kind of briefly go over the requirements? I know that the owner has to reside at the house, but I guess you can refresh my memory on some of these. It's been a while.
Matt Tucker.
Thank you. Thank you for the questions. So I'll start with the last part first, refreshing your memory on this. The ordinance that was adopted last spring clarified well, it really didn't clarify because the ordinance was in place dating to 2013 that the only legal tourist rooming house can be your place of permanent residence. That is the place that you live more than half of the year. So this establishment, this is a single family home, and it has a tourist rooming house license from the health department, and it has a tourist rooming house permit from the City of Madison zoning office. I personally was at the inspection and walked through this and noted the barrel sauna on the lakeside and said, you don't have approval for that. You need to get approvals for it. The use is in good standing. The owners live in the building and they choose to rent out a portion of the building, just like the ordinance allows. There was matters of what we believed was past non-compliance, but we think that is, we believe that is resolved today. And moving forward, if anyone has concerns that they believe the use is operating illegally, they can just let us know and we can stop down and pay a visit. And I will say one more thing, that regardless of the Plan Commission's decision tonight, and this is something for the neighbors to understand also, that the tourist rooming house use can continue there, just like it could happen in any of one of these people's residences if they so wish to embark upon that. The difference would be that they wouldn't have a conditional use for a small barrel sauna out on the lakeside. That is what this question is about, not about the tourist rooming house use.
Thank you, Mr. Tucker, for clarifying that and responding to the question. Did you have follow-up, Commissioner Cantrell?
No, not at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Solheim, did you have a question? I thought I saw your hand up.
I was going to ask if the sauna was already in place because I saw it on the Airbnb listing and Matt answered my question. So
okay, thank you. Alder Rummel.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Tucker, did you say you inspected this or did one of your staff inspect the house to see that it's a house? Because anecdotally, people say it's really like a two flat because of the way the entrances are set up. Did you all take a look and determine that it's not a two flat?
Yeah, I personally did inspect the house. I walked through it with Donna Magdalena, who is one of my zoning staff persons that has been kind of leading the effort on this. You might have remembered her from the ordinance effort last year. And she actually was, we hired her. She filled a vacant position we had from previously working in the health department as the person who was administering the health department licenses from the health, from their perspective for the short-term rentals. She's was fully aware and of the situation. Had been through the property a few years before, knew what was going on. The layout of the home is a little bit interesting, but it's not indifferent. This property is pretty unique. There's not a property quite like this. I've dealt with two previous owners of it just because of the difficulty of purchase and sale and financing of it. It has a detached 4-unit apartment building on the Jennifer Street side and a single family dwelling on the lake side. The home is 2-story, might even be it has a finished basement that's a walkout. There's a typical layout of dwelling on the upper stories, and the lower area, which the applicants showed us, that which is the area they reside, has a second kitchen or an additional kitchen in it, which is permissible. We've seen quite a number of people that are doing short-term rentals that are utilizing that kind of an arrangement because it's nicer for their guests and nicer for them. So it would be in line with that similar type of a layout. But yes, we determined it is a single-family home.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alder Rummel. Did you have further questions?
I I mean, I have sort of more general questions about, how, the business use of your home and, having a sauna and a pontoon business and a tourist rooming house, how that all fits together, as a, somehow I think a lot of us think of it as an accessory business type use and not a main business type use of when you live there. But I think that's maybe as much in my head that I struggle with as anything else.
Okay.
Other people struggle, and then I'd like to hear about it. Thanks.
Thanks, Alder. Alder Heck.
Thank you. Just one other question, a quick question for Mr. Tucker. I realize this isn't necessarily about the tourist rooming house itself, but I just wanted to ask for you to remind us, given this is a compliant TRH as far as you're concerned, how many days a year can they rent that? Is it unlimited because it's because they live in the dwelling?
The ordinance has two matters or two privileges, I guess, that relate to that question. The day-to-day rentals are unlimited. So as long as the resident is occupying the dwelling at the time of short-term rental, they could rent every single day. If they would like to be absent, they have an opportunity to be absent for up to 30 days in a year. And I should have mentioned there is one other section that just is if they're going to rent to individuals that aren't renting together, like with some of the platforms, you can rent a room and you might show up and there would be your rented room A, but another person rented room B. The only arrangement that's allowed is if the owner is, or excuse me, the occupant, the operator of the short-term rental is present at that time. So they can't take advantage of one of those 30-day absences for that arrangement.
Thank you. That's it.
Thank you, Alder. Are there any further questions of staff? Seeing none, I would be looking for a motion. Commissioner Cantrell.
I'll recommend that the Plan Commission find the standards of the conditional use and lakefront development are met and approve the conditional use to construct the accessory building at 725 Jennifer Street be approved.
Do we have a second? Seconded by Commissioner Sundquist. Commissioner Cantrell, do you wish to speak to your motion?
Well, I think it's unfortunate that there's some, difficulties between this owner and the neighbors, and having transparency is always a good thing. And I think that maybe the owners of this use have heard from the neighbors now, and then maybe that will open a line of communication. But what we're reviewing in this request is the sauna, and I do think it meets the standards. So I think that we should move forward on it.
Thank you, Commissioner Cantrell. Are there other? Alder Rummel.
Thank you, Chair. I understand why this might go through, but I do have questions that it meets conditional use standard number 3. And when I read the staff report, the rationale for it is that the city's preservation planner granted the certificate of appropriateness as an accessory building, and it's located within a certain distance. And the main criteria is that the new structure will not, does not believe the new structure will have significant visual impacts from Jennifer Street. But I think that the uses, values, and enjoyment of the property, other property in the neighborhood for purposes already established are impaired, you know, in general by having an Airbnb as their neighbor, and, you know, maybe they could be approved, but adding this use that will be part of that Airbnb and lead to outdoor, you know, uses, you know, without some kind of more regulatory understanding of how that would be, I am struggling that it meets conditional standard number 3. So I think I am not supporting this motion.
Thank you, Alder. Are there other comments, input? Seeing no raised hands, we will move to a vote. I will assume unanimous consent unless I see a raised hand to object. There is a raised hand to object. Ms. Stouter, could you please call the roll?
Yes, I'll do that just in the order folks are showing up on my screen. Alder Rummel.
Can you unmute everybody?
Thank you.
Alder Heck.
Aye.
Commissioner Cantrell. I think I saw an aye.
Yes.
Yes, okay. Commissioner Solheim.
Aye.
Commissioner Spencer.
Aye.
Commissioner Sundquist.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hagenow.
Aye.
And Alder Limmer.
Aye.
Okay, 1 no and 7 ayes.
Motion passes. Thank you. We will move on then to agenda item 12, Legistar 64250, amending portions of Madison general ordinances to change the front yard setback if it is less than 15 feet from 0 feet to 5 feet to support a street tree canopy, and creating Madison General Ordinance 28.0712E to establish a downtown setback exception map. We have several staff members here to respond to questions. We will not have a formal presentation. We do have some registrants, so I will open the public hearing. The first registrant is Bill Connors, West Main Street, Madison, opposed, wishing to speak, representing Smart Growth Greater Madison. Bill Connors, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you. I hope you had a chance to read the lengthy email about this proposed ordinance, which I sent to you this morning. I will summarize it now. Smart Growth urges you to recommend against adoption of this ordinance, at least until the city government has given notice to the affected commercial property owners. The notice should inform them that this ordinance will decrease the values of their properties and invite them to a virtual public meeting to give their input. The large property owners and developers who are part of Smart Growth and Downtown Madison, Inc. know about this proposed ordinance and can take care of themselves. But the many, many owners of smaller commercial properties have received no notice that the city government is considering adopting an ordinance, this ordinance, which would decrease the values of their properties. The owners of hundreds of properties will suffer reduced property values as a result of this ordinance, and some of them are Black, Indigenous, and people of color. Their voices have been completely excluded from this process. City staff will respond that neither state law nor Madison ordinances require notice to property owners of a proposed change in the general zoning code. But this is just another way of saying that the current system is designed to exclude the owners of small commercial properties from the conversation about this ordinance by not inviting them to participate. For this ordinance, the minimum notice is not good enough if Madison city government really cares about equity and inclusion. When we met with city staff while this ordinance was in development, city staff said they were working on a map or spreadsheet that would identify all the properties that will be affected by this ordinance. That map or spreadsheet has never been presented. With that map or spreadsheet, it would be possible to calculate the total value that will be lost if this ordinance is enacted. This ordinance probably will have little impact on larger projects by larger developers. The economy of scale of their larger projects will enable them to adjust for the lost revenue, or they will use a planned development to change the required setback. But that won't work for smaller projects by smaller developers. The ordinance has the opposite effect of this ordinance, has the opposite effect of the proposed ordinance that is next on your agenda tonight. This ordinance is anti-density and anti-more housing units. Please insist that city staff study and report back about the adverse impact of this ordinance on the future vitality of important urban corridors such as Monroe Street, Williamson Street, Atwood Winnebago, and East Johnson Street. You probably would hear more about this issue with this ordinance if the city government gave notice to affected property owners. Also, there's been no demonstration of the extent of the benefit of this ordinance. How many street trees will live long enough to need the extra space for their canopies? Has city staff provided this important information? City staff said recent redevelopment projects have had front setbacks of 3 or more feet instead of 0. Is there any data to support this assertion? And if it is accurate, why is this ordinance even needed? Let developers and city staff continue to work this out on a case-by-case basis. This problem exists in the public right-of-way. It should be fixed in the public right-of-way by moving the curbs to create more space, not at the expense of small commercial property owners, discouraging smaller redevelopment projects, and jeopardizing the future vitality of important urban corridors. At the very least, an exception should be added to this ordinance for parcels that are shallower. Deeper parcels will be less affected. The ordinance will make small projects on shallower parcels challenging, if not impossible, unless many adjacent parcels are assembled into a large redevelopment site. Requiring developers to go through the variance process is not a good solution. It adds more uncertainty and time and cost. Things the city government has publicly acknowledged stop smaller developers from even coming forward with smaller projects. I covered this quickly, so please ask me questions. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. The next registrant is Tracy Dietzel, Patterson Street, Madison, in support and wishing to speak. Tracy Dietzel, you have 3 minutes.
Chair, there's no person in attendance with that name.
Okay, then moving on to the next registrant, Gary Tipler, Jennifer Street, Madison, in support and wishing to speak. Gary Tipler, you have 3 minutes.
Yes, thank you. We've been working for quite a number of years now on trying to untangle the city codes and requirements for the infrastructure that lead to the death of so many trees. In fact, the urban tree canopy has been vanishing at an alarming rate in the last 20 some years due to these conflicts. We've been picking at them. Thanks to Alder Rummel, we've managed to solve some of them. But in dealing with street reconstructions, we find that sometimes the setback doesn't exist. We've worked with developments up and down the street in the neighborhood to find that their buildings don't permit even retention of existing trees in the street right of way or shade trees to be planted. In fact, the only ones that can be planted sometimes are the dwarf fruiting trees that might look good in the spring. And that's about it. So shade will never be part of the balance of the comfort of living in these older places. I mean, these taller places, new buildings, because the effect of shade trees provides cooling, filtering light, view, and so on, and taking up excess stormwater. They add value to commercial property. There are studies that prove that street trees add value. They also slow traffic. There's a lot less speeding. I'm not making this up. It's hard to believe until I read it myself. But please understand, there's a lot of studies supporting developing and maintaining shade tree systems on corridors. Thank you.
Thank you. That is the last registrant wishing to speak.
Chair, I believe that Tracy may be in attendance just under a different name.
Do you know under what name?
Tracy, let's give this a shot.
Doreen. Tracy Doreen. Okay, then let's hear from Tracy Doreen Dietzel, South Patterson Street, in support and wishing to speak. And you will have 3 minutes.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Thank you. Yes, my Zoom, I was unable to change my name on it. So thank you for figuring out I was here. Thank you, commissioners and alders. I encourage adoption of this zoning amendment. And I'm really like that the city's beginning to address climate change with this. Trees are super important. I've lived on the Isthmus for more than 30 years. I enjoyed a taller than my house, more than 80-year-old mature tree for 30 years on the city terrace. And last year, the maple was in decline and the tree had to come down. So the temperature was the same the day it was cut down as the day after, but in my yard and in my house, it was 10 degrees more, and that continued. I really miss that tree. I think that the value is may not be monetary at first, but it will be. To have these trees there, people enjoy their trees. And it's very important that this get adopted. Shading the earth wherever we can is, and this is an important amendment. So thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there questions of any of the registrants? Commissioner Sundquist.
This is for Mr. Connors, and without going into all of the objections, the issue about the shallow lots and the point about the wanting to keep density up as we are in the next item, I hope. Do you have a specific proposal for how shallow a lot should be exempted from this?
Commissioner Sundquist, I don't have a specific proposal. This is something that I think could have been worked out. If property owners and developers had been invited to the original task force, and we would certainly like to have an opportunity to sit down with, advocates of trees and city staff and interested, alders and determine where that line should be.
Okay, thank you.
Are there further questions of registrants? Seeing none, I will close the public hearing. And as I mentioned, we do have here Marla Eddy, the city forester, of course, Heather Stouter, as well as Matt Tucker, who can respond to any questions. Are there questions of staff? Commissioner Sundquist.
Well, the same one, and maybe in answering, you could speak to the process, because I think this has been kicked around a while and people did have a chance to weigh in, and maybe you could address that. But also substantively, the question about will the 5 feet coming off the front make the shallower lots unbuildable or greatly diminish the ability to build there? And if so, would there potentially be some exemption?
Heather?
Well, I can start and would invite Matt to jump in too. I think, we did explore rationale for some exemptions as discussed in the staff memo and presentation. The exemptions that we settled on with the sponsors of the ordinance were really focused on the flat iron blocks downtown with those acute angled corners where we thought, boy, taking that 5 feet out of both sides of that angle could really limit development on already small, tight sites. And so those are exempted. I think with regard to your question about just shallow lots in general, I'm going to call a shallow lot a 100-foot deep lot. That's a pretty typical lot depth in some of the shallower mixed use and commercial districts. And I think that, so there's a 20-foot rear yard setback required in most of these districts. One of the things I want to mention is that property owners will have an opportunity to take the existing width from curb to property line. And let's say that existing width is 14 feet. Okay, so it's just shy of the 15 that would be needed for a zero setback building. If they'd like to dedicate 1 foot width of their property, either to the public or as a public easement, they can do that. And that will suffice for the 15 feet. And so another way of saying what I'm saying, I guess, is that it's not always going to be necessary to be at 0 or 5. There can be creative solutions to dedicate just a small sliver of property in order to meet the ordinance. And I think that ability is really going to help a lot with the shallower mixed use and commercial district lots that the registrant has brought up. Now, might there be cases where a variance could be pursued? Maybe you have a really irregularly shaped lot along a mixed use or commercial corridor, and you can make the case that this 5 feet is going to render it, virtually undevelopable. That could be, and I'd certainly turn to my colleague Matt Tucker with more on that. But that variance option is still available. But I really do think that this should work for most of the even shallow lots, and I'd say that by and large, what we've been seeing is the choice on the part of developers to offer a little bit of breathing room for things like landscaping, bike parking, extra space for pedestrians, outdoor seating, et cetera. You don't see a whole lot of examples where they're right up at 0 to 1 foot from the property line.
Thank you. Matt Tucker, do you have anything to add?
Nothing unless the commission has questions about variance.
Okay, great. Thank you. Commissioner Solheim.
Thank you. Staff is doing a great job of anticipating all of my questions this evening. So that answered a lot of what I was going to ask. I was hoping that Matt could just expand upon the variance process. I think the challenge of large ordinance changes like this to ordinances that apply citywide is there's always going to be a few parcels where it really just doesn't quite make sense. So I just wanted to better understand how that process would work.
Yeah, thank you very much for setting me up on that. That question came up actually at the Economic Development Commission. One nice thing about being here as long as I have, some of my former members of the Zoning Board of Appeals are sneaking around in other boards, committees, and commissions, and Alder Heck is one of them, understand and have been through that lot by lot look at properties when you consider some of these changes in requirements. Susan Volgren from the Economic Development Commission mentioned that at their meeting. And, when we went into the new zoning code in 2013, we did establish a number of new requirements. And we knew that there were cases where things were not necessarily going to work. And we have had a limited number of zoning variance requests that have come through and have been successful in regard to some of these requirements they're impractical when you look at the consideration of the lot or the lot shape or some other factor that is outside of the control of the property owner. That is not a matter of personal preference. And I think there probably are, our city is wide and varied. And if you've been to every nook and cranny and corner of the property, like I think I kind of have, you'll find someplace somewhere where this is just not going to work. And, or it might have a significant negative impact on the ability for a development project to happen that is totally reasonable and fine. And I anticipate that we may run into a few of those, a handful of those, and the ability to apply for a variance and go through that process. Variances in most cases are collaborative. They're not combative. We work with the applicants to try and lay out a case, or at least get it all kind of on the table for the board that is charged to review those requests, to have all the information so they can review the request based on the standards. Very similar to the work you do. Not looking forward to these. I never am, because we like our zoning to be perfect, but we know our city is not perfect because it's been developed over so many years and so many different series of rules. And so we have that variance in our back pocket.
Great. Thank you for that. That answers my question.
Thank you. Commissioner Cantrell.
Does the 5 feet no build apply to underground parking? Because in some of these developments, we have underground parking to the property line, but there's the building is set back 5 feet, 10 feet, sometimes larger than that. But so.
Yes. It will.
It will. Okay. Thank you.
Alder Rummel.
Thank you. Since we have Marla Eddy here, I wanted to call on her to help have everyone in the public understand how many more variety of trees this ordinance would allow and what the benefits are, and get to some of the data questions maybe that Mr. Connors asked to the extent possible.
Hello, everybody. Marla Eddy, City Forester. Currently, what we are able to plant in these conditions, because we know that trees need that space to grow and thrive. And currently, we have just 3 varieties that we can plant. Actually, we're down to 2 because we're right now, pear is not something that we are allowed to put in. But just ginkgo and honey locust are trees that have a canopy width of like 15 feet or 20 feet for us to put something back in. So when you look at the canopy, half that canopy would be over the sidewalk side or towards the building, and then the other half over towards the street. So, and then you make it, a 360 there. So it's a very minimum sort of canopy that is obtained there. But if we were to increase that by 5 feet, we have the ability to add at least 5 other types of trees here to our urban forest, and to give us that diverse and sustainable and resilient urban forest, because then we'd have more than just a couple of species. And that in itself is huge when we're talking about long-term health and ability to sustain any sort of insect or disease situations that come along. I mean, I think we can look at what happened with emerald ash borer when we had one species occupying many parts of the city. So this really expands on that palette of trees available for us to put into something like that. And then life span, I do recall that I did answer some questions. I don't know if it was Mr. Connors specifically. I can't recall that right now. But our typical lifespan, if we have long-term growing conditions. An average age of a street tree could be 40 years, 40 to 50 years in an urban area.
Thank you for being with us, Marla. Did you have any further questions, Alder Rummel?
No, thank you, Marla. Nice to see you.
Good to be seen.
Any other questions of staff? Seeing no raised hands, I would be looking for a motion. Commissioner Cantrell.
Yes, I will recommend that the Plan Commission forward the proposed ordinance amendment to change the front yard setback if it is less than 15 feet from 0 to 5 feet to support a street tree canopy, and create the Madison General Ordinance 28.071 paren 2 paren E paren to establish a downtown setback exceptions map.
Seconded by Alder Rummel. Commissioner Cantrell, did you wish to speak to your motion?
Yes, I think the Plan Commission has seen a need for this amendment for a long time. It's environmentally appropriate. Street trees are an asset to the city and the property owner. And I think that these are minimal changes that we should be moving forward on, and I strongly support them.
Thank you, Commissioner. Alder Rummel, did you wish to speak to the motion?
Yeah. Well, obviously I'm a sponsor, so I support it, but I want to take a moment to call out Alder Heck. I think he had the really brilliant idea of doing this if-then kind of approach that we don't normally do. You know, you heard Heather say it's not 0 or 5, it's somewhere in between. And that's just because we're going to look at like the ideal being 15 and then what do we need to make up? So, you know, I was through this really good process of at least with alders and staff to discuss how to address some of the concerns we imagined would come up, that I think we got a really good ordinance. So hope you'll support. Thanks.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Heck.
Thank you. I don't want to take credit for something I didn't come up with. I think staff actually came up with that, but I know that in our conversations about this, we were exploring these thoughts, but I think they actually came up with a clever solution. So kudos to them, and thanks to Alder Rummel for spearheading this.
Thank you, Alder. Any other comments before we come to a vote? Seeing no raised hands, we will come to a vote, and I will assume unanimous consent unless I see a raised hand to object. Seeing no raised hands, the motion passes unanimously. Thank you. The next item on our agenda is agenda item 13, Legistar 63902, amending various sections of subchapters 28C and 28D of Madison General Ordinances in order to increase allowable densities and decrease conditional use thresholds in certain multifamily residential, mixed use, and commercial districts. And Heather Stouter will give us a briefing. We aren't going to see the recording that everybody presumably has already watched. But due to a number of questions that commissioners and alders have had and data requests that have come through, she's going to supplement what we've already seen and heard about. So, Heather.
Thank you, Chair Zellers, and thank all of you as plan commissioners and others who are here for all of the time that you've taken to review a lot of material in advance with regard to this package of proposed ordinances, starting really last summer, but also especially in the last few weeks. So, as you know, the proposed changes to the zoning ordinances are grounded in recommendations in our comprehensive plan and the analysis of impediments to fair housing choice report, both of which include recommendations related to funding and programs to meet our housing needs, particularly around affordable housing, as well as ways to promote more housing, period, as we work to accommodate a large percentage of our projected growth in areas that are well served by transit and rich with other amenities. I'm going to focus my intro this evening on just a few items, as Chair Zellers mentioned, related to questions recently raised by some of you, other policymakers as well, about the changes. And at the end, I'll introduce many colleagues who are also here in case questions come up after the public hearing that lie within their areas of expertise. So first, we've had a lot of questions about the scope, the magnitude, and potential impacts of the changes proposed. Is this effort focused only on certain neighborhoods? Will these increases in density and permitted uses raise land prices and contribute to gentrification and displacement beyond what we're already experiencing as a city? What will happen if we don't move forward with these changes? How might this impact ground floor commercial space in mixed use districts in the long term? Will this impact design requirements, historic district requirements, stormwater management requirements, et cetera? Also, we've had questions about how this particular effort fits into the broader set of city-led housing initiatives and why are we not perhaps focusing on other things at this time? Some of those questions have been, what else is the city doing to promote more housing types? Have there been racial equity analyses done on these proposed changes or the plans that have recommended them? What is the city doing to promote affordable or income-restricted housing? Why isn't the city instead proposing to increase densities in areas zoned for single-family housing at this time? I want to share some data and visuals now that may address some of these questions. Some of these are number heavy, and I can certainly come back to slides or to other slides that have been on Legistar for several weeks if needed. And let me just take a moment here to share screen. I think I have about a dozen things up, so let me make sure I grab the correct presentation. No longer need street trees and setbacks. Okay. Go. And some of this was added to your packet on Friday. A few elements are new. So first of all, we were asked to perform a theoretical housing capacity analysis, and we can share this for the multifamily residential districts. Some of this was shared with the Plan Commission back in July, but we've broadened the analysis to include the TRU1 and TRU2 districts as well. And here's just a look at what the proposal entails and how much of the city these districts cover. So what I'm going to call the varied districts, the TRV1, V2, SRV1, and V2, they cover about 2,000 acres in the city, a pretty healthy portion of the areas that we're focused on, 4.5% of the city. The existing density limit within these districts is about 22 units per acre. The proposed density limit is a third higher than that. We're looking at taking it up to 29 units per acre. TRU1, very small area, 260 acres of the city. The existing density limit, 43 units per acre, moving up to 58 units per acre. And finally, our highest density purely residential district outside of the downtown, the TRU2 district, where we have 74 acres total. The existing density limit, 87 units per acre, is proposed to move to 124 units per acre. Just for some context, the TRU1 and 2 districts together take up about the same amount of land as the University Research Park on the west side. So not much of the city is actually included in those districts today. These were shared with Plan Commission back in July, and I'm going to go through them very quickly, but just want to explain the maps here at the outset. So what we've done is we've looked at all of the areas in relevant zoning districts. This map shows the varied districts. And today, those showing up in red already have too much density on them, that the number of units exceeds that which would be allowable by existing zoning. Those shown in green would have the capacity, in theory, to add at least one more additional housing unit, and in many cases, more than one. So when you just think in theory, economics aside, about the additional capacity that we have in these districts, we have the capacity for just over 15,000 units today with this density limitation. And based on the proposed change, moving to a density limitation of 29 units per acre, 1,500 square feet of lot area per unit, our capacity increases. And I'm just going to toggle back and forth from over 15,000 theoretical capacity to almost 30,000 in theoretical capacity. And one thing I do want you to note on this map is that we still have a lot of red properties, particularly on the isthmus and on the near west side. It's hard to tell here, but a lot of these properties, even with this zoning change, would still have too many units on them, and they would remain legal, non-conforming properties over time. As I mentioned, we were asked to complete a similar analysis for the higher density residential districts. And so this map is the same analysis for the TRU1 district. Today, we have just the theoretical capacity within our currently developed parcels of about 1,500 new units. Now, if you look on the outskirts, we have large areas that are zoned TRU1 today on the periphery of the city that are not yet developed. And so those have a much larger capacity of over 10,000 additional units. With a move from 1,000 square feet per unit required to 750 square feet per unit required, the map changes just a little bit. You can see some of these on the isthmus go from being non-conforming to conforming. And our capacity is increased. Our theoretical capacity, again, is increased from about 1,500 to about 3,000 on the currently developed parcels. TRU2 district, again, this covers a very small portion of the city. You can see some of the larger swaths of property are on the periphery today, and some of them are still vacant. So today, that density limit it's 87 units per acre or 500 square feet per unit of lot area required. And the proposal would be to take that to 350 square feet per unit or 124 dwelling units per acre. And here, again, toggling back and forth, you can see a lot of the existing nonconformities are here on the near west side along the old university area and right south of campus. A lot of, some of those properties actually remain non-conforming, which means, again, they have more density than what would even be allowed through this zoning change. And our theoretical capacity in the TRU2 district goes from about 1,100 on the currently developed parcels to about 2,500 on the currently developed parcels. Importantly, wanted to share the density ranges from the city's comprehensive plan for our residential areas and just show a comparison of how they stack up to the density ranges that are being proposed. So here you can see within the V districts, TRV, SRV districts, most of which show up in the LMR or MR areas, the proposed density is in line with the LMR areas. We do have some TRV districts that lie within our low residential areas, but ironically, most of those significantly exceed the allowable density in low residential today. And many of them are also non-conforming and would remain non-conforming with this change. Moving up, the TRU1 district at 58 units per acre is right in the middle of this medium residential. And the highest residential, again, 0.2% of the city, very small amount of the city, would be zoned to accommodate densities of 124 units per acre. Now, moving on from the residential districts to the mixed use districts, I want to just make sure that a point is understood that today in our mixed use districts, there is no density limitation in the code for mixed use buildings. And so again, we have no absolute density limit in the code. We don't have an absolute height limit in the code either for mixed use buildings in these districts. And the proposed changes include, I think, a fairly significant change, and that's that they would allow for purely residential buildings to be constructed as part of mixed use districts, and up to a certain number of units could be constructed by right. The NMX, TSS, and CCT districts are what we're really focused on. They comprise about 2% of the city in total. The land area within these districts is the same as the American Center, just for a point of reference. Now, while they only take up 2% of the city, over the past 5 years, when we look at all of the proposed and approved housing units, it's accommodated about 25% of our multifamily residential units. Many of these have not yet been built, but if you look at the proposed and approved units. And so another way of looking at that is, a lot of these areas are right along the routes that are well served by transit. We are indeed seeing a lot of our growth occur in these areas, just as our comprehensive plan recommends. And we think that we'll continue to accommodate a significant percentage of our growth over time, particularly in the corridors that are more auto-oriented today and really have the space for significant scale redevelopment. Just a quick look at the NMX, TSS, and CCT districts. Here's their acreage. Again, in total, they take up about the same space as the American Center. And then we've been asked to take a look at the average lot size within these districts. Now, as many of you know, often we see rather large development and redevelopment proposals in these districts that take up multiple lots. These zoning changes would really start to provide more incentive for smaller scale redevelopment. And while I still think lot combinations would be a result of a lot of the development moving forward, even as a permitted use, I think that some of the smaller lots in these districts would be much easier to access for a redevelopment over time. Let's see. There have been several questions raised about commercial space, and just wanted to provide the data basically on the projects that have been approved in these districts, NMX, TSS, and CCT since 2016. So looking at the last 5 years, we've had 28 total projects, and the commercial space has averaged about 4,000 square feet. We've seen this shows the difference based on the size of the project or the number of dwelling units provided in each development. So you can see the larger projects that have over 100 dwelling units have slightly larger commercial spaces with a mean of 8,000. Projects with 61 to 100 units and down really have similar commercial spaces, really in the 2,500 to 4,000 range. And here we just provided a number of projects that have less than 3,000 square feet of commercial space, which we consider, a relatively small commercial space. And again, a similar comparison as what was provided for the residential districts. Within our neighborhood mixed use, generalized future land use area, the proposed density is less than or equal to 70 units per acre, 2 to 4 stories. In the NMX district, which almost always coincides with the NMU, generalized future land use, the proposed density goes up to 58 dwelling units per acre in the purely residential buildings. In the CCT district, it goes up to 87 units per acre, and in TSS, up to 124 units per acre. Now, I do want to acknowledge that there is not a perfect mesh between a certain mixed-use district in the zoning code and a mixed-use area within the city's comprehensive plan. But regardless, the height limits within these districts for permitted uses, we're pretty confident that they will end up adhering to something less than the density recommended within the generalized future land use category. Next, what I want to do is provide 6 examples, and pardon the length of time, but this has been the focus of many questions, is what does this really mean on the ground, whether it's in a certain aldermanic district, a certain part of the city. And so I want to provide 2 examples per mixed-use zoning district just to walk through with the commission. This one's on the north side, right near Warner Park, an existing 1-story multi-tenant commercial building. Here we have the lot size at 12,000 square feet. And here a simple table that shows, if one is looking to basically max out the property, what could be done today as a permitted use? What could be done today as a conditional use? And I would argue that, this is where we start to think about economics and what has or hasn't happened over time. And here, the second line down, what could happen based on the proposed changes as a permitted use, and what could happen as a conditional use on the property. So here, you have to start as a permitted use. One could move forward with a 4-unit residential building, probably not economically viable. I do want to stress these ideas are based on kind of maxing out what's allowable in zoning and not on economic reality, just to explain what the code allows now and would allow. One thing that probably is more realistic as a permitted use, one could do a 3-story mixed use building with ground floor commercial and 8 units. As a conditional use today, under today's zoning code, one could pursue a 12-unit residential building. That's the maximum allowed in the NMX district as a purely residential building today, or a mixed use building with ground floor commercial and no unit or height limits. And that's the way that the code works today in all 3 of these districts. You can pursue a conditional use with no upper limit on number of units or height, so long as it's in a mixed use building. If we look at the proposed changes here, the lowest line here, what would be a permitted use tomorrow would be a 16-unit residential building, 3 stories max, or 3-story mixed-use building with ground floor commercial and up to 24 units, because you lose that density cap if you do mixed-use buildings. Otherwise, the lot only supports a 16-unit residential building because of its lot size. And again, as a conditional use, from a theoretical perspective in the zoning code, the sky would be the limit, no hard limits on units or height. So that's a near north side property. Another NMX property, and this one is a direct acknowledgement that a lot of these will involve lot combinations. And so here there's a stretch of three properties together that look just like this. And today they make up 34,000 square feet of lot area. Again, in NMX, one could move forward with a 4-unit residential building on these 3 properties together. Again, obviously not realistic. I want to take a short pause and stress here that given the relationship between these properties and the residential district behind them to the south, the rear yard height transition would apply. And what that means is that at that rear yard, anything over 2 stories would have to take a 45-degree step back from the residential properties behind it. Again, currently allowable uses, currently allowable conditional uses, 12-story residential building would be the max, or a mixed-use building with no unit or height limits. Importantly, moving forward as a permitted use, a lot of this size could accommodate the maximum of what's proposed, and that would be a 24-unit residential building with 3 stories at 3 stories, or 3-story mixed-use building up to 24 units. Really, 24 units is the proposed cap in the NMX district for permitted uses. And then as a conditional use, again, mixed use building, ground floor commercial, no unit or height limits. And that's what we would expect economically. Honestly, if this is a property that ever is combined, we would expect to see something much greater than 24 units come through in a proposal. Just for reference, immediately to the east here, on this next block over, there was a recently approved 50-some unit 4-story building that is, it's not yet under construction, but is approved. Moving to the TSS district, here's a very small site, close to the mean lot size within TSS. This is on University Avenue. Currently allowable as permitted would be a 3-story commercial or mixed-use building under 25,000 square feet with ground floor commercial and up to 24 units. Conditional use would allow for either a 13-unit purely residential building or a mixed-use building. I'll say sky's the limit again with regard to unit and height. If we look at the proposed code, one could propose up to an 18-unit residential building at 3 stories, or a 3-story mixed-use building with ground floor commercial and up to 48 units. And I would pause here and say that there's not an economic reality that I can think of that would accommodate a 48-unit building on this property, along with, even the smallest studio units would not really fit on this particular size of property today. With a conditional use, mixed-use building, ground floor commercial, no height limit. Here's one that was recently, now I guess it's several years back, but it was a project that is new enough that might still be memorable to many of you. This is a purely residential 31-unit building within the TSS district. The site was rezoned for it and moved forward again as a purely residential building. 17,000 square foot lot. The code currently allows a 3-story commercial or mixed use building under 25,000 square feet and up to 24 units by right. As a conditional use, the code would allow a 34-unit residential building with no height limit or a mixed use building with no unit or height limits. The proposal would allow up to a 48-unit residential building, 3 stories maximum, or a 3-story mixed-use building with up to 48 units. Now here, it becomes obvious that if you do a 3-story mixed-use building, you're going to have fewer units than you would if you did a 3-story purely residential building because simply of the commercial space and what that takes up on the first floor. Conditional uses in the future, 48-unit residential. Actually, I think it's a 49. That's my mistake. 49-unit residential by conditional use or the mixed use building. Here's a commercial quarter transitional or CCT site. I promise I'm getting close to the end here. This is an undeveloped vacant site right off of Webb Avenue in the brand new city street here in the Darbo neighborhood. Currently allowable by right in the CCT district, a 5-story commercial or mixed-use building under 40,000 square feet with ground floor commercial and up to 24 residential units. By conditional use, one could build a 51-unit residential building with no height limit or a commercial or mixed-use building with no unit or height limit. The zoning proposal before you would change this to a 60-unit residential building at 5 stories max, or a 5-story mixed-use building with 60 units. As a conditional use, the lot size is large enough to allow for up to a 76-unit residential building or a mixed-use building. Finally, last example, here's a very small CCT property at 1309 South Park Street, Cargo Coffee. Currently allowable on this site with a big asterisk that I want to stress again. Currently allowable would be a 5-story commercial or mixed-use building under 40,000 square feet and up to 24 residential units. And again, the relationship here between this property and the residential units behind it, immediately next to it, means that residential rear yard height transition would have to apply. One could pursue today as a conditional use, either a 22-unit residential building or a mixed-use building or commercial building. Under the proposal, a 32-unit purely residential building could be proposed due to the limit that the lot area has, or a 5-story asterisk mixed-use building with up to 60 units. And then as a conditional use, a mixed-use building with ground floor commercial. So you see, even on a property like this, where I think we can all agree that a 5-story, 60-unit building is not at all a reality, it won't fit on that site. If this was a much larger property, there might be an incentive to do a mixed-use building still kind of baked into the code, because we would have density limitations on what could be done as purely residential, whereas there are no density limitations on the mixed use. Now, just briefly, I want to share, again, our growth priority areas. There have been some questions about how the zoning districts align with our growth priority areas. And if you think back to the maps showing the locations of our multifamily residential and mixed-use districts, there is a lot of overlap within both our established activity centers and our transitioning activity centers, as well as some areas on the periphery of the city. It's not perfect, but there's a great deal of overlap, and these changes are really being proposed citywide rather than being focused on any one part of the city. And this was just shared for context. This is a look at where existing single-family homes or single-family residential zoning is today within our city. And I want to take a moment. We've had some recent questions also regarding why this policy now, what else is being done at the same time, or what else is the city prioritizing. And I just want to quickly show two documents that we've put together along those lines. And let me find it again. Oops. Okay. First of all, this is the annual comprehensive plan progress update. It was just introduced at the last council meeting, and we went through today and highlighted the things related to housing in yellow that the city is working on, and in green, those that pertain explicitly to the recommendations before you this evening. And I'm not going to go through all of these, but I just want to demonstrate that the city is in the midst of or has completed many different efforts related to housing. Happy to come back to this, but this is in no way the thing that we've prioritized first. And it's in conjunction with a much broader package. And now I want to delve into, in a similar way, very quickly, the analysis of impediments to Fair Housing Choice Report, which was adopted by the council back in 2019. Same color coding here. We've highlighted in yellow the recommendations in this report that are being worked on or are completed. And then in green, the recommendations that explicitly pertain to the proposed ordinance changes before you this evening. We have a lot of work still to do, but we're really leaning heavily as staff on these documents as our guides to tackle Madison's housing issues. Even with COVID, a lot has moved forward, and I wanted to just take a quick opportunity to show, again, the grounding of the policy effort before you this evening in these documents, and stress that it's a part of a much larger set of city efforts. And at this point, I want to just introduce colleagues who are here this evening who are available to answer questions following the public comment if they are solidly within their area of expertise. We have Matt Wachter, who's the director of the Department of Planning, Community and Economic Development, as well as the CDA. Matt was formerly a housing specialist and then the real estate manager with the city. Lynette Rhodes, CDBG supervisor in our community development division, who's focused on many of the city's affordable housing programs. We will have Matt Mikolajewski joining us after he's done with the finance meeting, and he's the city's economic development director. Matt Tucker, zoning administrator, you're very familiar with Matt, as well as John Strange, assistant city attorney. We also have Janine Glazer, the secretary of the city's urban design commission, and Colin Punt, who you know well, planner and the lead author on the city's neighborhoods and housing chapter of the comp plan. And Colin's been deeply involved in responding to a lot of data requests recently, and I'm very glad he's here joining us. And with that, I'll turn it over to the chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Heather, for that good overview. Really appreciate it. We do have several registrants, so I will open the public hearing. The first registrant is Lacey Kitchell, Potter Street, Madison, neither support nor opposed, and wishing to speak.
Hi there. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. So the main reason that I wanted to speak was on two primary points. And the first is that I support and understand the need for housing in Madison, and that the need or the desire to streamline the process to provide for more housing. But I feel strongly that the decisions to accept these zoning ordinance changes should not be made tonight, that there are a lot of unresolved implications, and that they need to be looked at further to further understand what this will do for our various neighborhoods that are in there. I'd like to see that decision not proceed tonight, but get referred so that it can be further evaluated. We can work more with staff and kind of better understand what would happen. And the other reason that I feel strongly that it should be the decision not made tonight is that it's an equity decision. This whole process has occurred during this whole virtual meeting time, and there are many people in the public that are not connected to that, either to be informed or to provide input. And so I think we're looking at the end of COVID, so to speak, and that would be a better process that would involve more of the people. I haven't talked to many people who had no idea any of this was going on. So I think it's important from an equity standpoint for it to not move forward at this time. Then the other thing is, should it move forward, I am very concerned about the loss of neighborhood input with the conditional use, some of the things that the city can streamline in terms of lot size or density or those other things. But more importantly, that opportunity for the neighborhoods and the neighbors to have input on these proposed developments, or at the very least be informed. So at this point in time, many of those developments could occur without the neighbors having any opportunity to know what is going to happen to the site next door to them. So I think that there needs to be a mechanism designed to allow for the neighbors to receive that notification. I think it can be done without necessarily the conditional use process. It could go through the alders, and the alders could notify us, then we could work with the developers. It's been demonstrated that many times the neighbors working with the developers make a better development, and also they make it a more equitable development in the sense that the neighbors are happier with what they receive, because I would like to not see this be rushed through and we end up like being a Seattle, which has been putting up a lot of slapdash developments, and they're really unacceptable in the neighborhoods and have changed the character of those neighborhoods. So I'd like to slow it down, do a good job, and get it right. And those two things, the need for neighborhood input, I think, is very important. However, that can be resolved. And
thank you for your testimony. That concludes your available time. The next registrant is Robert Proctor. East Mifflin Street, Madison, in support, wishing to speak, representing Realtors Association of South Central Wisconsin. And you have 3 minutes.
If I should have slides that Heather should be able to put up. Okay, well, thank you, Chair. And I'd really like to thank the staff for the incredible presentations and information that they've provided all along on this project, going back a long time. Next slide, please. We applaud the city's effort to make housing affordable for everyone. This started in earnest in 2011 when Alder Rhodes Conway, and Alder Bedard, Schmidt, Subeck, Rummel, Ellington Fair, and Revere sponsored and the council adopted a resolution declaring housing a human right. And over the last 10 years, the city has worked to make housing more affordable and more fair. The city has used many tools, including the Affordable Housing Fund, home ownership assistance, and land banking. Next slide, please. But Madison also needs the private sector to build more housing units. The city's comprehensive plan recognizes that almost all approved multifamily units are conditional uses. So 3 years ago, the city adopted a strategy to increase by right multifamily residential development as part of the comprehensive plan. Next slide, please. One of the concerns raised about this proposal is that it limits the public's input. This concern ignores the reality of the city's extensive planning process. The city receives a wealth of public input in its comprehensive plan, its 26 neighborhood plans, 23 special area plans, and its 19 neighborhood development plans. This is where the public's input is best, at the planning stage. That's what the comprehensive plan, neighborhood plans, special area plans, and development plans are for. We decide ahead of time what uses we want and where we want them. Agree to the plan. It's predictability and stability that generates investment in building the missing middle. Next slide, please. If we desire to build the missing middle of housing choices, then why are almost all multifamily residential development conditional uses? Why do almost all multifamily residential developments require an additional review process, additional public input, additional time, and additional costs? Single-family homes and many commercial uses don't have to go through the same process. Zoning ordinances have historically discriminated against people of color and lower incomes. The legacy of that impact is clear. While single-family residential homes and many commercial uses are permitted uses, multifamily developments require conditional use permits. This legacy continues to negatively impact people of color. As stated in the city's analysis of impediments to fair housing choice, for households of color, less of Madison is accessible for housing. If we are truly committed to building more small and medium multifamily projects, then it should be as predictable to build such developments as it is to build single-family homes. If this small and medium density multifamily projects comply with the existing adopted neighborhood plans, zoning ordinance, and building ordinances, there should not be the additional barrier of the conditional use process. We urge you to follow the strategies set forth in the comprehensive plan and to approve this important amendment to the zoning code. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Our next registrant is Timothy, no last name, Yahara Place, Madison, Wisconsin, opposed and wishing to speak. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening. I appreciate this opportunity to speak to commissioners about the proposed ordinance. My name is Tim Anderson, and a little background, I'm an architect and urban planner and a resident of the Sassy neighborhood since 1988. I have been involved in neighborhood initiatives, including the Schenck-Atwood Business District Master Plan, the Schenck's Corners redevelopment, the Winnebago Corridor Transportation Plan, and recently gave testimony along with other neighborhood advocates about the impact of zoning changes of the proposed city's Imagine Madison plan on our neighborhood. Tonight, I would like to offer a few observations about the Sassy neighborhood and the proposed ordinance, and principally the proposed TSS zoning change. One of the goals of the proposed ordinance is to increase density. However, the current zoning for the Sassy neighborhood already allows significant density. I questioned the need for more density, and I am concerned about the adverse impact of increased density on neighborhood character and affordability, especially if the development is allowed by right. In my opinion, the city has not adequately explained the potential impacts of allowing greater density in promoting this proposed ordinance. Secondly, I question whether there is a need to change the existing zoning to allow development by right. The Sassy neighborhood continues to see significant development interest in spite of burdensome government and neighborhood review processes because it's a great place to invest. While development scrutiny may be inconvenient, it has not discouraged developer interest because the return on investment more than outweighs the inconvenience and additional cost of the approval process. In fact, developers have said that this increase in scrutiny has made their projects better, and I agree. Developers in the Sassy neighborhood have been willing to add affordable housing units to gain neighborhood acceptance. In my opinion, this would no longer happen if development is allowed by right and public engagement is eliminated. Next, as an alternative to development by right, the city could consider a voluntary density bonus approach to achieve their goals of greater affordability and increased density. Under that approach, more intensive development proposed in the city's new TSS zoning would be allowed as a conditional use in exchange for meeting an affordability threshold. Development review with robust public input would continue as it does today. Finally, as an alternative to the broad brush approach of the proposed ordinance, I believe that a more productive, equitable, and less intrusive approach to creating missing middle housing would be to selectively target sites throughout the city, such as parking lots, and incentivize property owners and affordable housing developers to partner on the development of those sites.
Thank you for your testimony. That concludes your available time. The next registrant is Ulrike Ditterly, North Blackhawk Avenue, opposed and wishing to speak. You have 3 minutes.
Chair, there's no person in attendance by that name.
Okay, the next registrant is Michael Lawton, South Eau Claire Avenue, opposed, wishing to speak, representing the Hill Farms Association Planning Committee. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. The Hill Farms Association Planning Committee, of which I'm the chair, has reviewed the proposed amendments, and we have some significant concerns about some of the changes that are included in the proposal. I have sent to everyone our comments. They're too lengthy to go through in 3 minutes, but I wanted to make sure that everybody had them. We have an adopted neighborhood plan for the Hill Farms neighborhood that was approved by the City Council in 2016, recommended by this body immediately before the council's adoption. So some of my comments are based on the adopted neighborhood plan, which this body has voted for. The neighborhood plan is part of the city's comprehensive plan, so it has the benefits of section 66.1001 in the statutes as being part of the city's planning process. We have supported many multifamily projects in our Hill Farms neighborhood and anticipate that we will continue to do so, including Madison Yards, which I've appeared before this body on fairly recently, and other projects. However, we have some problems with the changes to the SRV2, TRU2, TRV2, and NMX classifications in this ordinance, as I've commented on in my email. The SRV2 proposes to change the zoning with regard to the Karen Arms Apartments and the Chapel Hill Apartments. The Karen Arms are at the northwest corner of Seago and Regent, and Chapel Hill are at 5002 Sheboygan. This raises concerns. In particular, the Karen Arms Apartments are covered by a lengthy section of our neighborhood plan, and we think it would be better for the city to not make any changes with regard to that now, so that if a development proposal should come in someday down the road on that project, the city will have the maximum ability to try to carry out what was in the adopted in the adopted neighborhood plan. With regard to the TRU2 classification, this covers the very large apartment projects on the south side of Sheboygan Avenue, such as the Carolinas, the Hilldale Towers, and the Normandy. We question whether any changes should be made on this at this time. The neighborhood plan that you adopted includes recommendations for possibly breaking those areas up by block and staging the development with taller buildings along Sheboygan and lower buildings along the park edge of the block. How any of this fits into that, we won't know until someone comes in with a proposal. These are not small and mid-scale properties. The ordinance report says these changes are for small and mid-scale properties. You can't tell me that the block in Sheboygan with all of these really huge projects is in the small and mid-scale category.
Thank you very much for your testimony. That concludes your available time. The next registrant is Bradley Hinkfuss, Corey Street, Madison, opposed and wishing to speak. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. As you said, my name is Brad Hinkfuss. Many of these people on the call will know me. I wear several different hats, both as a neighborhood leader, affordable housing developer, as well as an advocate for low income and homeless. And regardless of which of those hats I'm wearing, I would say I oppose this. I think that the spirit of it is correct, but there's a number of fatal flaws. I did submit some comments in writing. I'd like to walk through those quickly and point out what I think are the main issues here. First being that of speculation. The simple act of increasing density significantly and by right is going to dramatically add value to districts that are so changed. This increase in value is going to lead to speculative purchase and aggregation of properties in a way that has never been intended. Anyone wanting examples, I would love to walk them through this neighborhood and give them some prime examples of that happening, even without these changes. Secondly, disruption. Speculation that I just mentioned is going to have a highly disruptive effects on existing areas where suddenly disparate developments are going to suddenly spring into established areas with little or no chance for review. Thirdly, this deals with some very sensitive areas. While the overall amount of land involved is small, the targeted areas, particularly TSS and NMX, are very sensitive in that they're scarce and that they play vital community functions. Placing higher values on purely residential development will cause these vital roles to diminish or disappear. Fourth, certainty. We've all heard time and time again, even tonight, that a rallying cry for this proposal is that developers need more certainty if they're to succeed, and that certainty will bring new, smaller developers to the table. The reality is that certainty is a euphemism for convenience in this context. The past 20 years show us that most projects succeed despite the existing process and are often made better for it. Fifthly, to put it bluntly, is democracy. The proposed change in conditional use threshold strips away one of the few avenues for citizen input. There's a long history in this city of fundamentally democratic process. While it can occasionally be obstructive, it is more often constructive feedback that makes projects better. Please be wary of silencing all voices when you're trying to silence the ones that make it more difficult. Sixth, affordability. There's been a lot of talk about affordability tonight and in the past. The proposed changes do not masquerade as affordable housing, but participate in any of the conversations, and you'll see that this is what people care about. Without some provision for encouraging more affordable housing, these changes are only going to exacerbate it. And finally, the issue of equity, which is tied to affordability. If the units created through these changes are not affordable, it will perpetuate the racial segregation of our city by fostering the creation of expensive market rate units alone, which is, by and large, what we have seen time and time again. I believe the best thing to do is to pause this, bring it back to the drawing board, and work with more of the stakeholders to create a truly viable proposal that addresses some of these really critical concerns. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. The next registrant is Mara Aish, Pontiac Trail, Madison, opposed and wishing to speak.
Good evening. Heather, I hope we'll be able to see your presentation tonight in Legistar so we can reference it later. I'd appreciate that. I attended the public hearing for these zoning changes, and I understand that the conditional use process is cumbersome. There might be a reason for that. And I agree with many of the comments that have been made here tonight. I really do not see that there is going to be any way for us to influence a change in this at this time. So I would like an answer to two questions. One, what is our anticipated outcome with these changes? And two, how are we going to measure that? So that if in fact these changes turn out to be what we want, we'll be able to see that. And if they aren't, we'll be able to revisit them. Thank you.
Thank you. The next registrant is Mike Thompson, Raymond Road, Madison, Wisconsin, opposed and wishing to speak. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Mike Thompson. I'm a realtor and the president of the Orchard Ridge Neighborhood Association Board. Our board has discussed these proposals several times, and I'm here to convey to you our concerns with these changes. First, these are not modest changes. They are fundamental changes in the way residential areas in our community will be planned and constructed. Second, it is a terrible idea to eliminate the opportunity for neighborhood input on these projects. We have a long tradition of encouraging residents to participate in the planning of our city. Neighborhood feedback is crucial to maintaining the character, health, and livability of our neighborhoods, and thus our city. I want to mention one recent example from Orchard Ridge. The owner of a vacant lot wanted to build what the neighbors believed looked like a 2-story concrete dentist's office. It just didn't fit in our neighborhood of mostly ranch and Cape Cod style homes. After several neighborhood information meetings, the owner of the lot decided to move ahead without addressing any of the neighbors' basic concerns. Naturally, we showed up in force at the Plan Commission meeting to oppose the project. Fortunately, the Plan Commission voted against the conditional use application and suggested to the developer that he address the neighbors' concerns. The developer went back to the drawing board and redesigned the project, creating 3 units of single-story housing. Most neighbors found the redesigned project to be a reasonable compromise. If that project had been brought under the proposed by right scheme, there would have been no reason for the developer to pay any attention to the neighbors' concerns. Third, removing the dispersion clause is another terrible idea. The most troubled areas in our community are places where we find duplexes and fourplexes one after the other for a block or 2 or more. Look along Raymond Road and nearby areas. These areas zoned as SRB1 and 2, and some areas are SRC3. These are areas you're working to change. These are some of the most troubled areas in the city. Fourth, we're very concerned about the increases in density. About 1,000 new apartments are planned or are under construction within a 5 to 10 minute walk of our neighborhood. That's nearly as many as the entire number of houses in Orchard Ridge. Yet, not a single square foot of additional parkland is being added, and only a modest amount of additional parking is being required of these projects. How many additional cars will end up being parked on our neighborhood streets nearby? While we understand the city government's wish to build more housing, we should not compromise the character, health, and livability of our neighborhoods and thus our city to do so.
Thank you very much
for your service. Appreciate you listening to me.
Okay, thank you. The next registrant is David Molinoff, Morrison Street, Madison, opposed and wishing to speak. You have 3 minutes.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. I'll be very brief. I've been a resident of the Marquette neighborhood for 57 years. I've been a longtime civic activist and an author of 2 books on Madison. I want to begin by commending the rigorous analysis of this concept by Linda Lennertz. I hope that all of you have had the time to read her extraordinary paper detailing the citywide inconsistencies of this missing middle plan with the comprehensive plan and the damage it would cause if it is allowed to move forward. The goal of my wife and I in writing this paper called 7 Reasons Why the Missing Middle concept should not be adopted in its current form was simply to provide a concise summary of nearly all the arguments that we think you should consider. Problem number 1, people simply don't understand this highly technical and complex details. Problem number 2, the city's efforts to explain this complicated effort have been very misleading and insufficient. Problem number 3, the missing middle concept will have a profound effect on targeted neighborhoods. Problem number 4, the missing middle concept eliminates the long Madison tradition of public participation in development decisions. Problem number 5, the missing middle concept will not do what proponents say, and we offer examples in our paper. Problem 6, the missing middle concept will have several adverse unintended consequences. We provide examples. And finally, the missing middle concept runs counter to key recommendations in the comprehensive plan. Our key point can be simply put: creating affordable housing is a very important goal for our city. However, the missing middle concept fails to deliver this goal, and its unintended consequences will work against its achievement. Our hope is that you will agree with the analysis that you are hearing from citizens and that you will consider other means to achieve this end. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Our next registrant is Lee Molinoff, Morrison Street, Madison, Wisconsin, opposed and wishing to speak. You have 3 minutes.
Hello?
Yes.
Okay. Good evening. I'm Lee Mollenhoff and have been a Madison realtor for over 40 years. I have chaired the Landmarks Commission and I have a strong interest in historic preservation. I've also been a member of the Marquette Neighborhood Association for more than 50 years and currently serve as a member of its Preservation and Development Committee. I see these zoning changes as working against the creation and retention of affordable housing and the missing middle. Historically, the Marquette neighborhood, the Kenny Lapham neighborhood, and the Sassy neighborhoods have all had much middle affordable housing. I have seen desirable middle housing sacrificed and demolished for new, expensive, luxury, small, mostly efficiencies in one-bedroom apartments in large buildings. The proposed zoning will only encourage this unnecessary and unfortunate trend. The 700 block of East Johnson Street is a good example of this trend. Somewhere between 12 and 15 middle affordable apartments were replaced by a much larger number of small and expensive apartments and a large construction. Realtors are savvy to list and sell 2, 3, 4 unit older apartment buildings that are currently housing affordable apartments and selling these parcels for big prices for dense, small, luxury, new construction apartments in large buildings. It's easy to get on to this game because interest rates are currently very low. Just because some of these buildings are 60 years old or older, there is no reason to consider their useful life is over. I live in a home that is 102 years old, and I'm pretty sure my home will still be around in 50 years. In summary, I think this zoning proposal is counterproductive. It will not help to achieve affordable housing, and it will cause us to lose much of the affordable housing that we now already have. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Roger Shink, Wyden Circle, Middleton, in support and wishing to speak.
Hello.
3 minutes. Hello.
Hello. Thank you, everybody, for your time and your efforts on this issue. I am a home builder and that's worked in Milton, Wisconsin and the Dane County area for the past 20 years. I have also focused on small density apartments up to like 20 units, et cetera. And I'd like to point out that the problem we face is the uncertainty in approvals. So when we look at taking parcels that are underused and underutilized and creating more affordable housing in those areas, it always boils down to how long is it going to take to get approval. And this isn't only for the builders, but it's for the bank. And what I think is important for everybody to realize is the objective of this ordinance, right? Is to create more equity, create more affordable housing, and not so much focus on how people are going to lose their say on what's going on in their neighborhoods. That's how you need to be involved in the earlier processes to understand what's going to happen to your neighborhoods. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Tracy Dietzel, who we learned is Tracy Doreen, at South Patterson Street, Madison, opposed and wishing to speak.
Hello, thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Good evening, planning commissioners and alders. My name is Tracy Doreen Dietzel. That's why the confusion there. Thank you all for your hard work and for the city and for this opportunity to speak tonight. Thanks for the presentation. There are numerous letters from community members asking for conditional use to be continued, to be able to continue our opportunity to speak to new buildings in this format, not format, but in this about new buildings that are coming into our neighborhoods. I encourage all of you to read these letters, and to, if you haven't yet, as many address unintended consequences that could be corrected by listening to the community. I noticed on the presentation tonight that on the map on the isthmus, it looked like there were, zoning for single family houses in some areas on the isthmus that doesn't really reflect reality, that there are predominantly multifamily houses. And when I speak of multifamily, I mean multifamily, not multi-unit. Because when you get to some of the examples that were given, you have the same area of land, you can build taller and you can have, so many units or double that many units. When they're double that many units, it's not just because you've added a floor or two, it's because they're smaller units. So their efficiency, 1 bedrooms, that's not multifamily. It doesn't support our schools. We need affordable housing and family housing. And I think that this proposal needs to go a little further. Maybe there's other things that fit with it. Then I don't think this is ready to move on until we see all those other things that go with it. I thank you again for all your work on this. I know this is really super complicated stuff, and I just encourage you to give this some time. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Our next registrant is Gary Tipler, Jennifer Street, Madison, opposed and wishing to speak. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. This neighborhood, I live in the Marquette neighborhood, and this neighborhood and others around it in the downtown and east took 170 years to develop. So I think that we can probably take a little bit longer to come up with the next steps towards improvements. In my observation and participation, I've been working with neighborhood groups since the 70s to establish plans for open space, parks. Central Park was one of our dreams. The Third Lake Ridge Historic District, enhancing the Market Neighborhood Association as it became the developers scopes landed upon it 20 some years ago. We've worked with probably 20 property owners and developers to create the perfect fit for their projects. Only one left, and it wasn't because of us, it's because their financing was no longer interested in this part of the city, and nothing to do with us. It was their type of project. So we made better projects. In one case with 802 Williamson Street, I believe that 60 units per acre was the goal. We came up working with the developer with some pleasant open spaces, 116 units per acre for 3 consecutive developments on that block, and the first sidewalk setback to allow for street tree planting, which was an earlier topic. So it is the neighborhood association, the committees that have made a big difference in this. Nobody's ever moved to this neighborhood saying that they were looking, that the thing they liked best about it was a unit. Nobody uses the word. If they're looking here, they're looking for the amenities. If they're leaving here or living here for a long time, they're liking the people, the service, the walkability, the natural beauty, the landscapes, the lakes, and everything else. So please, this needs a lot more work until it satisfies our needs, and we do need to keep aspects of review and participation that can't go away. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Jim Winkle, Emerson Street, Madison, neither support nor opposed and wishing to speak.
Thank you. I participated in the Imagine Madison process, and I've seen the population growth charts, so I'm keenly aware that we're adding more than 2,500 people per year to Madison's population. I'm also aware of how property values are soaring, especially in the last year or two, because of the increased demand, especially with the limited supply during the pandemic, which leads to other problems like high taxes, homelessness, et cetera. Somebody mentioned Seattle. Yeah. Adding more housing, especially the missing middle, makes a lot of sense to me. So I support the intention of this proposed zoning change. I especially would like to see more affordable housing and co-housing. However, as a lot of people have said, it's complex, and I admit I don't completely understand it, and I know I'm not alone. So I encourage the city to keep working on this, and my specific suggestion is to enhance the interactive map to show the old versus new zoning parameters right in the map, like the number of stories, the units, setbacks, basically the stuff that Heather went through. That way, when you click on an area, it'll just show that information right there in front of you. Right now, it only shows the type of zoning, and one has to flip back and forth between the map and several web pages. I agree with a lot of others that neighborhood input can improve projects, but I've seen it, firsthand that it's also true that this can sometimes significantly slow down and sometimes permanently stall projects. So the second thing I wanted to talk about is that I have an idea about a solution to this. I would like to suggest that a neighborhood meeting or two be required and be facilitated by a trained facilitator from the city, perhaps somebody from planning. In the past, our neighborhood association has had these meetings facilitated by the developer, by the alder, or by the neighborhood association. The developer is perceived as having a bias. Some alders have been really good at facilitating and others not, and it's ditto for neighborhood associations around the city. Some are good, some are not. I've been to many of these meetings over the past 30 years, and we've had a wide variety of results depending largely on who is leading the meeting. So if we have a meeting that's professionally facilitated, people will be heard and will likely make more progress in the meeting. This will hopefully help things go smoother and be more consistent regardless of one's zip code. And while city staff may not want one more thing to do, I don't expect it'll really take much prep time for a trained facilitator. So those are my two suggestions. Make the information easier to digest, hopefully right on the map, and then use a trained facilitator to streamline neighborhood input. Thanks.
Thank you for your input. Our next registrant is Brian Benford, East Washington Avenue, Madison, opposed and wishing to speak.
Thank you, Chairperson Zellers, and thank you, Plan Commissioners. I hope you're all safe and well. I want to thank you for your time and your service. As the incoming alder for District 6, I'm realizing I have so much to learn. Even despite being an alder in the past from 2003 and 2007, you see, since I last served, the zoning code had been revamped, the comprehensive plan was created, so many new districts, and there have been so many new developments. The changes offered within agenda item 13 were brought to my attention by amazing community leaders, my constituents, those that know far more than me about zoning processes at this time. I'm so deeply appreciative to Gary, Brad, Linda, the Molenhoffs, Tim, and others that have spoke and who have submitted their insights and perspectives, which has really helped to educate me. Since so much concern is coming from those that I will be serving, potentially impacting the fabric of my neighborhood and many other neighborhoods across the city, I respectfully urge you to push these discussions back to allow for the new council members to weigh in once we're sworn in after April 20th. Many of us new alders will want to ensure that with any proposed changes that neighborhood input is valued and garnered at every chance to get the best plan, the best outcome for our neighborhoods. Please send this back to the drawing board. Let's afford new leadership an opportunity to work with the public and staff to find tangible, realistic ways towards a path of more affordable housing. Thanks again for any consideration, and really thank you for your time. I hope you all stay safe.
Thank you. And congratulations, new alder, almost to be. Our next registrant is Linda Leonards, South Patterson Street, opposed and wishing to speak. You have 3 minutes.
Hello. As you all have seen, I wrote a very long letter. I'm not going to reiterate the points I made in that letter for the most part, but I have some other things to say regarding what has been said in this meeting already. Referencing a prior discussion on Crosswinds, I mean, that was construction of merely 2 16-unit multifamily buildings. Yet that got referred, and it's part of a planned development and is condos. Yet we're going to go ahead under this proposed ordinance and go up to 24 units, up to 48 units, up to 60 units without any oversight from the Plan Commission. So I find it a bit incongruous that 16 units gets Plan Commission review, but 60 units does not. We can already have purely residential buildings in mixed-use areas. Only 2% of the city, according to Ms. Stouter, has accommodated 25% of the multifamily residential housing. Those areas are going to, under this proposed ordinance, be accommodating even more multifamily housing. This is along routes well served by transit, but yet the idea under the comprehensive plan was to create additional activity centers and corridors well served by transit and with amenities, and increase housing along those ways. As noted in Ms. Stouter's explanation of TSS, there's not any way that 48 units could fit onto a lot for the most part. Height is either not going to need to be increased, or lot combinations are going to happen to achieve higher densities. And basically, based on the way the zoning code was constructed, to have 24 units fit into a building makes sense. And the height is either going to have to double or the width is going to have to double. And if that one of those two things doesn't happen, this, particularly the height, because creating double the lot area is going to be difficult, then this supposed density increase is not going to happen. The zoning code rewrite focused on building forms for mixed-use districts. This proposal would upend that instead of focusing on density. And so with the removal of the size of a building, the number of square feet that it can contain, there's no way to achieve the densities that are being requested here or proposed here. I find it.
Thank you for your testimony. That concludes your 3-minute time. Our next registrant is Bob Kleba, East Gorham Street, opposed and wishing to speak. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chair, Commissioners, and staff. I'm Bob Kleba, and I live on Fourth Lake Ridge in the Tenny Lapham neighborhood. I have attempted to read the changes to the Madison General Ordinances for this proposal. I have read Alder Heck's summary of the changes. I have attended several presentations and meetings on the proposed zoning. I have watched with dismay the confusion of the meeting attendees. Without our understanding what is being proposed, we are not ready to approve this resolution. I know Linda Leonard's addressed many issues with the zoning changes. I hope that staff and the Plan Commission can address them tonight. I cannot go into that level of detail. I will only give my cursory review of the proposal. Promoting more development by right removes neighborhood input. This level of participation is important to getting a development that fits within a community. We have several examples of that in the Tenny Lapham neighborhood. The argument that these changes make development easier for small developers is specious. I'm a small developer and have been in front of your commission twice. The neighborhood, administrative, and political processes are not onerous, and the staff are available to help when needed. All developers will tell you that the real struggle is working with financial institutions, not the city. I'm concerned that these proposed changes will generate gentrification and will increase property values in our older isthmus neighborhoods. Property owners will be incentivized to combine lots and redevelop their existing buildings with additions or by demolition. Encouraging this development potential will increase property values, development costs, and market rental rates. Increasing density may be achieved, but affordability will be reduced. The general goals in this resolution are great, and I commend staff, the mayor, and the sponsoring alders for their efforts in developing it. However, we need more time to understand the details and their implications in our own neighborhoods and throughout the city. The comprehensive plan had extensive outreach and citizen input. This significant modification to already densely populated zoning districts in the city requires more outreach and input than what we've had in the last 3 weeks. Please refer this resolution until we can all provide constructive feedback. Thank you.
Thank you. And our next registrant is Janelle Munns, West Lakeside Street, Madison, neither support nor opposed and wishing to speak.
Yes. Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Hi. First of all, I'm just going to say that I'm not very good at this public speaking business. I haven't had a huge amount of time to plan what to say. So bear with me. So I have watched your video, your very well done video, and it seems to me that you will be proposing to increase the amount of space a building can take on a property as well as the height of a building. And it also seems to me that a single family home is a hot commodity here in Madison. They're selling fast, they're selling instantly, they're selling over asking price. And there's nothing wrong with people wanting a yard, a picket fence, a dog, and a family to live next door to. And I'm just really concerned about this measure of pushing into neighborhoods. For instance, some developer could buy the house next door to you and automatically be allowed to put 3 stories there where everything else on the street is 2 stories. So here you are, you've had opportunity to buy this house, you're building your wealth for your own family and your privacy, and suddenly you're losing your son at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and your house has gone down $80,000 because it has a large apartment next to it. I'm just, I really agree that we do need some middle housing, but I'm not sure that automatically just allowing 3 stories in height or more is a good impact for those who live by it. Like if you look at Park Street, for instance, there are streets pushed right up to that. There's somebody's house that's right on Park Street where suddenly you're allowed 5 stories. I live in the Bay Creek neighborhood. I feel that my neighborhood's already taken quite a brunt. We're having a big development at the VFW on the John Nolan end of the street. We've had the Peloton building. We're also having a Jade Garden development of apartments and also the Truman Olsen. That is a huge population to put on either end of my neighborhood. And now with these proposals, it's proposing to push in to this single family neighborhood. Like the whole east end of Lakeside Street is proposed to change, and Gilson Street, which runs right through it. It's a good thing. A single family neighborhood is a good thing. This is a happy neighborhood here. And I'm just not really sure that pushing out single family houses is really what to make it easier is what we should be focusing on.
Thank you for your testimony. That concludes your available time. Our next registrant is Peter Taglia, West Brittingham Place, Madison, in support and wishing to speak.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Plan Commission. I've lived here over 20 years, and I've raised 2 kids here. And believe it or not, I've survived, even though I live next to a couple of 2 flats. And yes, I'm still alive. I love my neighborhood, and I think most of my neighborhood loves me, but I want to use my nice neighborhood to illustrate how modest this proposal is. I am in TRC4 zoning, and there's a mix of 1, 2, and 3 units in my neighborhood. And we get along great. I really do honestly love my neighborhood. Under this proposal for TRC4, the only change is the removal of the dispersion requirement, but none of the underlying zoning. And I want to illustrate that for kind of the Plan Commission to consider. Under my zoning, it's a 4,000 square foot minimum lot size for a 2 flat or a 3 flat. And there are a bunch of lots in our neighborhood that are smaller than that. And there are even a couple on Clark Court that are empty. And what concerns me is that either of those lots, we couldn't build 2 flats under these changes because they still are too small under the underlying zoning minimum lot size. And yet that these houses and these empty lots are next to existing 2 flats. And so I just want to illustrate that as an example of why this is a very modest increase for my neighborhood. Other people have talked about other neighborhoods, but I love my neighborhood. I think it's a very nice neighborhood, but it would be very difficult to build what we have now if we had the zoning we have now. So anyway, I'll just end by saying that neighborhood input is important. I'm a neighbor, I like having input, but I don't know if we would be able to build the neighborhood I have now if neighbors had to weigh in as they would with conditional use permits on building 2 flats on even these 3,200 square foot lots that are right next to existing 2 flats. So I would encourage the planning commissioners to go bold because we have a very serious housing problem right now. We have empty lots that we could build things on. And from my viewpoint, I just think this is a very incredibly modest movement in the right direction. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That is the last registrant wishing to speak. Mayor Rhodes Conway is here, and she would like to say a few words. Welcome, Mayor.
Thank you, Chair Zellers, and good evening, Plan Commissioners. It's a pleasure to, I guess, virtually be with you. And let me start by thanking you for your service. I appreciate each and every one of you and the time that you put in on our Plan Commission working for our community. I'm here with you tonight to voice my strong support for the proposed zoning amendments that support Madison's housing goals. We know that our property values are going up. We know displacement is happening. We know that housing is becoming increasingly unaffordable in Madison. This is all happening now. And the city is working on many fronts on these difficult problems. We are supporting cooperative housing, land trusts, tiny houses, backyard cottages, and more. We are supporting new developers, particularly developers of color and women, via Milwaukee's ACRE program, while working to set up an equivalent program here in Madison. We are working to land bank and to preserve naturally occurring affordable housing. And we have invested millions of dollars every year in increasing the supply of affordable housing in our community. But even with our multiple investments, affordability issues in Madison are still largely driven by a mismatch between supply and demand. We simply need the private sector to construct more new housing. We've already done the simple things to make that happen. Our comprehensive plan and numerous other plans have called for these densities and for more housing in our neighborhoods. But putting it in our plans isn't enough. We need to fully implement the recommendations of those plans. Until we do so, we will be left with barriers to housing in our zoning code. We have the same barriers here in Madison that we see all over the country that require more steps in the permitting process for multifamily housing than we do for other types of development. Requirements like these frequently popped up in zoning codes decades ago after the racist practices of redlining were abolished. We can take a small step to undo that legacy and to help increase our housing supply by adopting these ordinance changes. I firmly believe, and have said for many years to anyone who would listen, that our zoning code should make it easy to do the things that we want to see, that we say in our plans that we want to see, and harder to do the things that we don't want to see. Right now, our plans and our community all say that we want more housing, but our zoning codes require the majority of proposals to go through additional permitting steps. If we are serious about getting more housing, and if we are serious about getting more affordable housing, I think we need to consider the impact of our zoning and our permit processes. If we want a city that is really inclusive and affordable, our zoning and permit processes need to align with that. I want to take a moment to address some of the questions and concerns that have come up around this proposal. One concern that's come up is that increasing densities can help drive up prices and gentrify a neighborhood. I would argue that keeping our supply of housing limited is also driving up prices and gentrifying our neighborhoods. And that's what we're trying to combat here. I also want to highlight that this is not being proposed in isolation. Again, this is being proposed alongside significant investments in affordable housing, homeownership programs, and both zoning and investments in a broader diversity of housing types. And finally, the density changes here are very modest and are already included in the comprehensive plan. Again, what we're trying to do is align all of the signals in the same direction. Our plan says we want to do this. Now we're trying to make it possible instead of making it difficult. A second concern that I've heard is about allowing residential buildings along arterials without ground floor retail. And honestly, a few years ago, I would have shared that concern. But what I see now in our community is a growing number of buildings who have first floor commercial spaces that sit vacant for years and years. And so I question, even though commercial space is important, and even though it is critical for us to make sure that our streets are activated, and some of that is through the use of retail and commercial space, but I also believe that we need to take into account the reality of what we see in our city. And so I do think we should address our thresholds and not require first floor retail or commercial space in every building. A third concern I've heard is worries that neighborhoods will change quickly and significantly because of this ordinance. And I want to be clear that I think this is a very modest change to densities that are already allowed and recommended in our plans. And the change will only impact permit processes on about just over 7% of the land mass of the city. It's a pretty small percentage. And finally, I absolutely hear the concern that this may reduce the influence of some neighborhoods on some development proposals. And this is a factor that we as policymakers have to grapple with, and one that staff are absolutely going to have to carefully monitor. But the truth is that this is already patchy all across our city. How much involvement there is from neighborhoods is dependent highly on geography. It's dependent on who the alder is. And frankly, I think that it is really inequitable right now. Now, that isn't to say that we don't want to listen to our neighborhoods and we don't want input, but it is to say that we need to balance our need to maintain affordable, accessible community in the face of growth pressures with input from neighborhoods. I believe that the pressures we're seeing, the lack of affordability, is important enough that we need to try something different. These ordinances changes, I think, are modest. I think they're a step in the right direction, and I think they will help move our community forward. I hope you will agree, and I hope you will support them tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Did you want to take questions from Plan Commissioners?
Thank you. I'd be happy to take questions if commissioners have them.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions for the mayor? Seeing no raised hands, I think you must have covered everything. Thank you for being here.
Well, thank you very much again, Chair Zellers, and thanks to all of you for your service. I wish you luck in your deliberations, and I remain happy to answer questions if they come up. Don't hesitate to call on my staff or to email me. I'd be happy to engage further on this issue.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
We will go back to registrants. As I said, we have heard from everybody who wished to speak. We have a few more people who would be available to answer questions. Bill Connors, West Main Street, Madison, in support, not wishing to speak, but available to answer questions, representing Smart Growth. Kurt Paulson, Ramsey Road, Middleton, neither support nor oppose, not wishing to speak, available to answer questions. Steve Olson, South Patterson Street, Madison, opposed, not wishing to speak, but available to answer questions. Marion Selesnik, Sheridan Drive, Madison opposed, not wishing to speak, but available to answer questions. Are there questions of any of our registrants? Alder Rummel.
Thank you, Chair. If Brad Hinkfist is still on the call, I would like to ask him to wear his small developer hat. And Brad, I know that your organization may not be one of the more active developers, but tell us what you see as some of the existing impediments to a small developer who's is one of the categories we want to encourage, the type of developer we want to encourage. What do you see as, just in a broad stroke, some of the impediments that you see?
Thanks, Marcia. I am here. I appreciate the opportunity to speak. As a small developer, particularly of affordable housing, truly affordable housing, to house the most vulnerable people in the city, what I see is a couple of primary impediments. One would be the availability of land. That reality hits home with affordable housing development as much or more as private sector, and which reflects one of my concerns with the current proposal, in that with these changes, most of the land is going to be gobbled up very, very quickly because the demand is so high. People are already seeking out very, very wealthy, well-financed developers are seeking out virtually everything that's available. It is an intensely competitive environment. And without having better tools at our disposal, smaller developers are simply not able to compete. And I think that that's one of the big reasons that we don't see more of those small and mid-sized developers. They're simply not able to compete given the pricing. They need more tools available to them. Financing is another reason. A couple people have hit on that, particularly for affordable housing. Essentially, affordable housing does not move forward without some sort of subsidy. That's typically some sort of public subsidy. But when we talk about truly affordable housing, even the stuff at 50 and 60% of CMI, the private market simply does not create that without some sort of subsidy out there. Those tools are not being brought to the forefront, at least on any scale that is meaningful, at the same time as the proposed changes. So again, the opportunities are going to run away with the wealthy, well-heeled, and the people who are in the position to act on this. And there are many of them out there. We see developers coming in from all around the country, all around the state, looking to develop in Madison. Our small, mid-sized, and nonprofit developers are simply not able to compete on that front. We need assistance. We need assistance from the city. We need assistance from the state. We need things to be marshaled at the same time with all these other changes that are being proposed. So that's some of my initial feedback. Thanks, Marcia.
Thank you. That's it, Chair. I'm done.
Thank you. Alder Evers.
Thank you, Chair. I wonder if I could ask a question of Kurt Paulson, who was listed as a registrant and didn't speak, but Mr. Paulson, Professor Paulson, is responsible for the 2015 housing report for the county. And I'm wondering, I'm curious about Professor Paulson's thoughts about these proposed changes.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Alder Evers. And I would direct people to the 2019 update of the Dane County Housing Needs Assessment, which shows just a tremendous need at all income levels and house sizes for housing, not just in Madison, but throughout the county. So, however, because of my advocacy with the county and the state, I can't speak in favor or against a particular amendment, but I would point out that cities across the country like Austin, Texas, Minneapolis, Portland, even some cities in California are trying similar sorts of things to accelerate development of small and medium-sized multifamily housing. So Madison would be certainly part of a growing trend around the country.
Follow-up question?
Sure. Yes.
Are you concerned that we've heard other registrants and those who spoke raising concern that granting permitted uses, raising the threshold of the conditional use will give value, automatic increase in value to these properties that would be, in a sense, monetized through higher rents and higher assessments, and that this would not necessarily contribute to affordable housing. And I know a lot of your work has been on the need for affordable housing. So on its face, do you think this particular proposal will increase the amount of housing at a sufficient scale to actually bend the curve on housing affordability in the city?
I think the way you put it is a great question, because in extremely high cost markets like Madison is, even more so on the coasts like New York or San Francisco, in order to bend the curve for the overall rent in the market, you would need a very large number of units created. But I would think that in a market like Madison, even building a few thousand units would help to reduce some of the price pressures that the mayor talked about. So I think sometimes the way we think about it is not that building a new unit would be affordable automatically, because obviously, as you all know, construction costs are high. So anything new would be market rate. But I think if we think about what Heather was talking about, a 4-unit building that might be a Class C property right now that might convert to a 24-unit, the way to think about it is if we don't build that 24 unit, then the 20 people who would want to live there and can't because the unit isn't built go somewhere else and put upward price pressure. So in a market like Madison, I would say it like this, that if we do not build new supply, then price pressures will continue to increase faster than inflation. Building new supply in and of itself will not drive down the price until you have produced a sufficient volume to start to make a dent in the supply gap that has been building over the years. I hope that was helpful.
It was. Thank you very much.
Did you have any further questions, Alder?
Not right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there other questions of registrants? Other questions of registrants? Seeing no raised hands, I will close the public hearing. Questions of staff? Alder Foster.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I have a question. I think Attorney Strange is on. My question was around demolition, and I know that was sort of mentioned previously as sort of related and perhaps something that we'll be needing to dig into more. But my understanding is that the question of permitted use and what authorities we might have related to demolition, that there's kind of an important connection there. So I guess Attorney Strange, could you speak to if these proposals went forward, what impact would you expect that has on our current demolition ordinance, or any potential changes that you would imagine we might need to consider? And also, I guess, particularly around the question of consistency with adopted plans.
Sure. Well, whenever we have a permitted use, it is a use by right under Wisconsin law is considered to be a constitutional right. So we can't, in our demolition ordinance, deny an otherwise permitted use. Currently, the demolition ordinance proposes or allows the Plan Commission to take into consideration the proposed future use of a property. In other words, it's not the action is not just about the demolition or taking down the building. It's about evaluating that future use. And the reality reality is we just can't do that in a demolition ordinance when we have a permitted use. We have one part of our zoning code that we go through all the processes to create a permitted use. We create that use. We give that use to the property owner. We can't hold back in our back pocket this card of demolition to come in on an ad hoc basis and deny that. So that's one thing that needs to be changed in the demolition ordinance, regardless of what happens with this particular ordinance. The other kind of use that the demolition ordinance allows is a review of the conditional use. And so in fact, the demolition ordinance just sort of adopts one of the normal and orderly development standard out of the conditional use. And so that really is just a redundant review because the Plan Commission is reviewing that anyway. So going forward, again, sort of regardless of what happens with this particular ordinance, we would need to make changes to that because we can't have the Plan Commission denying an otherwise permitted use. This ordinance passes, it would be important to do that, I think, on the sooner end, just to avoid the confusion at the Planning Commission that if one of these properties comes through as a permitted use, that they don't have the ability to deny it anyway. So does that answer your question?
Yeah, just to maybe just to restate what I'm hearing. So if this moved forward, I mean, sort of regardless, but the increase in the types and amount of permitted uses would include demolition by right, essentially, with that change in what is permitted.
Well, I mean, we'll still have to satisfy the other non-use related standards of the demolition ordinance. So they still have to go through the Plan Commission for the demolition, and there's a host of standards in there related to demolition that don't relate to the proposed use. All those properties will still go through the demolition process. We go to the Plan Commission for demolition. It's just that the Plan Commission could not deny that demolition on the basis that because of the proposed use. If that use is permitted, they can't use that to deny the demolition. So it still is going to go through for demolition approval, just not with respect to the use.
Great, thank you.
Alder Heck.
Thank you. I just wanted to one quick follow up to make sure I understood that. So, for instance, a demolition proposed in a local historic district would still have its own consideration on the standards of approval based on the fact that it's in the historic district. It just can't be the conditional use part of it, is what you're saying, correct?
Right. Anything in a historic district or a landmark would still require a certificate of appropriateness from the Landmarks Commission. That's a totally separate process from the demolition process.
Okay.
Is that when it does go to the Plan Commission for demolition, the Plan Commission would not be able to deny it on the basis of its proposed future use because that use would be permitted. And that's the same of any permitted use, not just the ones that are in this housing ordinances, any permitted use that we have now.
Thank you. I have one more question, if I may. It may be for Mr. Tucker. I'm not sure. It may be for Heather Stouter too, but I'll just ask it and see who jumps. There was reference in public comment about building forms not being considered anymore if these changes were to be adopted. Maybe that was just a loose use of the term because nothing's changing about the building form portions of the zoning code in this proposal. Is that correct?
Yeah, I'll try. That's correct. I heard that also. And no, the building form requirements, that form section as it applies, is not being changed.
Okay. And nothing about setbacks or anything. It's all about conditional use thresholds for densities and open space per unit and all these types of things. There wasn't anything about setbacks or either.
Nope. No.
Okay. All right. That's all my questions for now. Thanks.
Thank you. Alder Rummel.
Thanks. Hi. I have a question for Heather, I think. So Heather, can you just, I know it's sort of a top of the head question, but in the TSS district, do you have a sense of how many projects were approved by right, given the existing requirements?
Within the past 5 years, we've kept really good data on the characteristics of the conditional use approvals. And as I look back, honestly, over my time with the city, I can recall one 5-unit mixed-use building that moved through as a permitted use, but even it needed Plan Commission approval for the demolition and for the proposed future use. It's the Liz Lauer building in your district, actually. There may have been one other multifamily building, with over 2 or 3 units that was approved, but that's the one that comes to mind. And staff wrote about that project in our response to the Obama administration's White House housing report several years ago. I think in looking back over the last 5 years, of the roughly 10,000, or Colin, I think, has updated me, it was about 10,800 dwelling units approved. These changes would impact approximately 3% of the housing units approved. So about 400 units, looking back over the last 5 years, would switch from conditional to permitted based on the proposed changes. So that's 3%. I think in recent staff presentations, I've stated that number as 4%. And so I want to state here that that's a correction that I've just learned this evening. Thank you to Colin. So I hope that gets to your question. We barely see anything.
It leads to my next question. And I guess sometimes it feels like I might have gotten half of all that growth that you're talking about. That sounds really not very much, but when it's all in a certain corridor, it can feel really intense. And I know that different alders take their turns being the growth center at any given term. But that said, so I guess what I'm really struggling with is, we hear, well, we want to make it by right. We want to make it simple. We want to streamline the time. And I only know the TSS district like the back of my hand. So if we allow 48 dwelling units, but don't change the height, it's still 3 stories, it's going to go for a conditional use process. Is that correct?
So for a purely residential building, the 48 units would only be a permitted use or a conditional use if the lot area requirement were to be met. And so what I mean by that is that in a lot of cases, small lots in the TSS district might actually only allow for 14 units to be built based on their lot size. 21 units. Everything's going to be limited based on the lot size for purely residential. And so what this does not do is open up a very small typical TSS lot for a 48 unit building. It does not do that. It still has a new and reduced lot area requirement. In other words, an increased density cap. But the amount of units that could be accomplished in a purely residential building would be based on that density cap and also on the height. So you have multiple thresholds in place, and the height in TSS isn't changing. That threshold isn't changing from the 3 stories that it is today. And since you mentioned it, I do want to bring up from our information that's online, this is a map of where the mixed use district growth has happened over the past 5 years. So you can see it's actually pretty well distributed throughout the city. It might feel as if there's a lot happening in District 6, and I certainly wouldn't dispute that there is, but these are really small circles here in District 6. So there's development really happening all over the city in our mixed use districts.
I guess what I'm getting at, though, is just strikes me, okay, so the lot size is a variable, but I guess what I'm getting at is it's not going to go away, the conditional use process for TSS. It's with allowing more units. It could, and I don't, it depends on the lot size, you say. It depends, right? But I guess I just want to make it clear that it's not like it's going to eliminate a process that's taking up so much time.
Well, I think that's right for the larger scale developments. So for anything over 3 stories, for anything over 48 units, there still will be a conditional use process involved in the TSS district. I think these changes allow for smaller buildings at greater densities on small lots to move forward as permitted uses.
Thank you. I think that's my questions for now. Thanks.
Thank you, Alder.
The 2021 Mazda CX-5 blurs the line.
The next question is from Alder Foster.
Thank you, Chair. I think this is probably for Heather. So I've shared with you, Heather, and as I've been looking at these proposed changes, I've been focused mostly in my district, and setting the kind of mixed use and commercial proposed changes aside for the moment. When I look at the residential areas that would be impacted by these changes, there's a really stark alignment in my district to those areas that have the sort of lowest and most affordable rents today. I guess I'm curious to what degree has there been an analysis done, and what do we know about this across the city? Is that just an anomaly in my district, or would these residential areas that are sort of proposed for this upzoning, would they across the city be primarily areas that have sort of below average rents in other parts of the city as well?
I do think that varies. If you look at the, let me focus on the SRV2, SRV1, TRV2, and TRV1. And just in 1 second, I'll show you where, I'll share where those are. Okay, this map is from the presentation that's been on Legistar for a few weeks. These are our multifamily residential districts outside of the downtown. The yellow are the SR districts, the suburban residential varied 1 and 2. And then the orange are the traditional residential varied 1 and 2. And so you can see they're distributed really throughout the city. I do think that we find a lot of that theoretical capacity that I mentioned. We find a lot of that capacity in the SR districts where, for whatever reason, when they were developed at a density less than what the zoning would have allowed for at that time. I think I talked through with you a line of mostly 2-unit buildings in this area within District 15. And really found that, you might see a 2-unit building on an 11,000 square foot lot as sort of a norm within that area. So today, the zoning code would allow for the replacement of that 2-unit building with a 5-unit building. That would be allowable today with the existing lot area requirements or density cap in the code. I think with the proposed changes, a typical lot, 11,000 square foot lot like that could go from a 2-unit to a 7-unit building. And so that's sort of the order of, and I think that's right. I remember sending that to you, and I want to, check my math on that. Yeah, 6 or 7 units. So it would in fact be adding more theoretical development capacity to what is already there today, but it would not be, by a factor of 1 or 2 or 3 or 4, like we see when there's a dramatic upzoning proposed of low density residential to high density residential. I think that's when you'd really see, an enormous economic incentive to redevelop there. I still think there's a good possibility that some of those units or some of those buildings will redevelop over time. But what I'm trying to, I guess, make clear here is that our change from what we have today to what we're proposing is not enormous in those districts. It's taking it from about a 20 unit per acre density to a 29 unit per acre density.
Thank you. I guess what I'm trying to get a better handle on is, the changes have been described as sort of, moderate or not very significant. I think we're not really sure to what degree they will, work, but the goal would be to, I think we're mostly looking at lots that are already built up. I don't think this is going to impact a lot of vacant lots. And so we're sort of talking about kind of tipping the economic scales enough that we would hopefully and ideally incentivize some redevelopment and additional units when that redevelopment occurs. And so, again, in my district, it seemed almost exclusively that these would be areas of, let's call it workforce housing, sort of the most affordable rents for any residents in my district, seem to be the ones where we're doing that upzoning to kind of incentivize that redevelopment. So have we done an analysis across the city? Have we done any sort of RESG analysis to see, regardless of what we're wanting to see in overall increased housing and density, to what degree would these changes be targeted to lower income areas?
Mm-hmm. So we have not, we have done a RESG analysis on the analysis of impediments to fair housing choice report, which includes some notes pertaining to the very, proposal that's before the Plan Commission this evening. Did an extensive RESG analysis of the Comprehensive Plan public engagement. We've not done a separate RESG analysis of this set of ordinance changes. And I think because it was grounded in the analysis of impediments to fair housing report, which Lynette could talk about more, but is predicated on racial equity as the lens. That's the reason for that report. I do think that there's going to be, if we were to have the data at the household level by income of everyone throughout the city and exactly where they lived, which we don't. The finest scale we have that is at the census block group level, and right now that's a decade old. Census block level, sorry. But even if we were to have that, I think what we would find is a real mix within the TRV districts and the SRV districts. I think we'd have some of the highest income residents and lower income residents as well within that that area of the city that I just brought up on the map. So I think it's a full spectrum. Unfortunately, we don't have the data, again, at the household or point level to be able to tell what incomes live within each of our zoning districts.
Thank you. Another question, if I might.
Yes.
So one of the things that I'm understanding about these proposed changes and the sort of loss of conditional use as a tool is about the sort of particularly those areas where there's perhaps a mismatch or not a good fit between adopted plans and current zoning districts. So this has certainly come up in a few cases in my district, and there's been conversations about the sort of proactive zoning versus waiting for proposals to come and dealing with it then. My understanding of the permitted use process is essentially if the current zoning district is not a good fit for the adopted plan, the zoning district and the permitted use can move forward irrespective of what is shown in the adopted plan. Is that a fair understanding of how this?
That is a fair understanding. And again, the most stark example is within your district in very recent months, where yes, a permitted use, regardless of its consistency with an adopted plan, may move forward.
So has there been an analysis done about where those inconsistencies exist in the city, and particularly which of those might be impacted by this change, where we would essentially be allowing as a permitted use uses that are not perhaps consistent with our adopted plans?
Yeah, I think that, there has not, but the fact that the height permitted today is not changing in our mixed use and commercial districts. Height tends to be an element that's covered in most of our sub-area plans, and ranges are provided in the city's comprehensive plan. When we can say that we're not changing the 3-story permitted use limit in our NMX and TSS districts, or the 5-story height limit between permitted and conditional use in the CCT district, I don't think that we're exacerbating to a large degree opportunities for inconsistencies with adopted plans. Will there be an occasional, if we examine every parcel citywide and all opportunities for redevelopment, there will probably be occasional opportunities for permitted uses that aren't consistent with all of the recommendations and adopted plans. So I think we are acknowledging that this is imperfect. Zoning, as you know, is a relatively blunt tool, but I think the changes that we've been recommending, really do honor most, I would say, if not all of the height advice that comes from our adopted plans.
Thank you. I had just one more question. This one on the kind of mixed use and commercial areas. So as you know, that's been sort of one of the primary areas of focus for me, and kind of remains one of my primary concerns with these proposals. If they move forward and we basically allow as a permitted use pure residential buildings across the board in essentially all of our mixed use and commercial districts, how do you, sort of absent that tool of discretionary review, how do you anticipate we make good on the goals in the comp plan around neighborhoods and housing that seem to be really focused on this concept of complete neighborhoods, and that really emphasize the need for these corridors and commercial anchors for adjacent neighborhoods?
Mm-hmm. So I think I'll respond in 2 different ways. First, I think that one of the missing ingredients in a lot of our auto-oriented corridors that have the potential to redevelop into mixed-use centers, one of the key missing ingredients is housing. You look at neighborhoods on either side, they're fairly low density. It's not a walkable neighborhood. If the commercial is viable, it's likely made viable because it's along a commuter route and supported by a fair amount of automobile traffic. So I think we have a lot of opportunity, in our auto-oriented commercial corridors that are served by transit to accommodate a great deal of our growth in housing. So I want to start with that. I think housing is a key missing ingredient today in a lot of these areas. And then secondly, these changes are not going to bring forth 50% or even probably 30% of permitted uses moving forward. As I said, when you looked back, these changes would have resulted in 3 or 4% of what we've seen in the past 5 years becoming permitted uses. We certainly hope for more than that moving forward. But I think that there is going to be still a strong economic incentive for a lot of developers to pursue the larger projects that are conditional uses. And when they do, we can take a close look at plan recommendations, at the appropriateness for commercial in that area, and cover it at that time. Again, I think there's going to be still a very strong economic incentive to look at larger projects that are going to necessitate Plan Commission review and other reviews. Still, that said, in theory, I understand that concern. Might we end up with a stretch or multiple blocks of purely residential because everyone moves forward with a permitted use as we move forward? Again, I think we would be very lucky if we saw 10% of our housing over the next 5 years move forward as a permitted use. I think there's going to be plenty of opportunity for continued thorough review.
Thank you.
Lynette Rhodes, did you have something that you wanted to comment on?
Yep. Sorry. I just wanted to jump in on one thing, just on targeting and where we're looking at affordable housing in the city. I think one of the things that the Community Development Division, we spend a lot of time on in planning with our planning department is also that targeted area map where we are trying to push development into certain areas of the city. So I think, someone made public comment about a lot of affordable housing. It's going to need most likely gap financing from the city as well to move forward. But as we talk about where development is happening, I just wanted to mention it for individuals who don't see our request for proposals. We do spend, we look at where transit is, we look where already concentration is, and we also look at neighborhood plans of what the needs are and sometimes stretch those boundaries. So it's something that we do analyze on a yearly basis of just kind of where housing is dispersed within the city. So I just wanted to mention that for those that don't know about our targeted area map of where public financing actually goes for affordable housing.
Thank you for that good information, Lynette. Alder Evers.
Thank you, Chair. This question goes to Heather as well, and perhaps to Matt, but I think to Heather. I want to speak about an issue in District 13 in Bay Creek, and that is in the 300 to 400 block of Lakeside. That's currently zoned MMX, and is the location of the little kind of retail commercial space in the interior of that neighborhood. And the buildings there are older, yet they are not recognized yet as any kind of landmarks. It's not a historic district, but it's certainly of high value to this neighborhood. And these are older buildings with some character. They're quaint. They perhaps could qualify, I think, with the right application for some kind of protection, but they currently don't have it. I heard a lot in the public comment the phrase unintended consequences, and I want to throw something out to you. I'm a little worried about a potential unintended consequence. Right now, you can do up to 8 units and 3 stories here. But if you jump to 24 units, aren't we potentially stimulating a speculative impulse on a developer who can look at this part, the landowner who suddenly says, wow, this is much more valuable land right now. I can sell this for more. I can sell this to somebody who can put in a 24 unit apartment building, and we get the demolition stuff approved. We'll tear this down and the neighborhood can't stop it. And yet an integral part of this neighborhood has lost its voice and lost some essential character. Now, I don't buy the notion that neighborhood character has to be preserved forever. Cities grow and things change. And neighborhoods, to a certain extent, need to accept that and let go of some control. But I see this as a potential unintended consequence of moving forward to this. And I can imagine that there are other parts of the city too, where this ordinance change, these revisions could contribute to unintended consequences because they feed speculation. You could have out of town developers who see this and buy it practically sight unseen because they can see what they can do with it. And certainly the landowner would be in a position to want to sell it. And because of the sudden increase in value. So what do you do? Am I misreading this?
And is your question for Ms. Stouter?
My question is for Ms. Stouter. Is there a potential for unintended consequences for some of these changes? And how do we address these? And in this particular instance, can you speak? Am I understanding this correctly? Is this a potential problem with on this particular block?
Sure. Let me bring up, I'm able to bring up on a map the block that you're focused on, and it helps that we've talked about it in recent weeks. So I don't know exactly which properties, but this stretch here along Lakeside, zoned NMX. And I guess what I want to ask folks to consider is just the economic reality of what we're proposing. And so in the NMX district, one would need to have an 18,000 square foot property to do a 24 unit residential building based on the density limits therein. So here you have a property that's 4,700. This one here, and I'm just exploring this now, is 3,600. This one here, 2,880. Let's say this whole block here might be pretty close. It's not 18,000, but it's close. So basically, are the economics such that anyone would go in, purchase all 4 of these properties in order to demolish them to build a 24 unit building? I guess at this point in Madison, I would say absolutely not. You know, I think that someone may purchase them if they thought they could do an incredibly dense, much larger building, maybe. But there's so much value embodied in these properties, and that's without even looking at, you know, I guess what they're worth today. So I think that is just a general important consideration. Same goes for a lot of the residential areas that are in National Register historic districts and not otherwise protected by local historic district. There's so much value. Put it simply, I don't think a developer is going to purchase a line of 3 $500,000 2-unit buildings in order to erect an 8-unit building. You know, so that's just a consideration there, kind of homing in on that property that you mentioned. And will there be some unintended consequences? Perhaps. Remember that, I mean, the intended consequence is certainly more housing. That's one of the intended consequences, and more housing at the small and mid scale. And that's what we'll be able to be tracking. But I don't think what we're proposing is nearly enough to, I guess, for the economics to make sense on that particular stretch.
All right, well, thank you for that. And if I may, Chair Zellers, I have another question, but on a slightly different topic. May I go ahead and ask it, or shall I wait?
No, go ahead.
Regarding the issue of neighborhood input, I just got through saying I didn't take it as seriously as some who have suggested during the public comment, but I still consider it important. We all believe it's important in Madison. We know that it's somewhat of a two-edged sword. It can contribute to better projects, but it sometimes, is obstructive and prevents projects that are perfectly fine from going forward. What would you say to the idea that Jim Winkle, Bay Creek resident, brought up earlier for these newly enfranchised permitted uses to require a neighborhood meeting without, it's still not a conditional use, it doesn't go to a plan commission, but you require a facilitated meeting so that the neighbors to this project have some input, have some voice, and hopefully the developer responds in the sense of wanting to be able to be a good neighbor and hear the collective wisdom of the neighborhood. And a facilitated meeting may bring that out in a positive manner. Is this something that could be incorporated in our zoning or in our ordinance in some way or another? I don't know if this is for you or perhaps it's for Matt, actually.
Well, I can start, and then I think turn it over to John and maybe Matt, maybe Janine too. This is something that we've been thinking a lot about. What would be an equitable approach and an enforceable approach to take with regard to this kind of idea? And I think, while the zoning code could certainly include a notice requirement to the alder and any registered neighborhood association, requiring a meeting may have some really uneven impacts based on some things you've heard, about just different levels of participation, frequency of meetings, et cetera. But I want to turn it over to John, who came up with an interesting idea that I think we have, general support for exploring further if folks are interested.
Sure. Thanks, Heather. So within the context of requiring some sort of notice or meeting and then what that meeting would look like. It would be certainly unique for a permitted use, right? We have usually what's a permitted use, there isn't anything like that associated with it. However, I do think, based on what I've heard over the weeks and have heard here tonight to confirm that, I think there could be some things that we do both inside and outside the zoning code to accommodate a kind of a meeting with the neighborhood, sort of like a design review meeting with the developer on a permitted use. And the thing that we had talked about was including a supplemental regulation in the zoning code that required someone who was applying to construct a multi-unit building, such as is permitted under this ordinance, to hold a one-time non-binding design review hearing, actually with the Urban Design Commission, rather than have a neighborhood meeting that's refereed potentially by staff. Have an actual city meeting with design professionals from the UDC. The public could show up, provide input. There could be a discussion that night about design. There could be that relationship building between the neighbors and the developer. And the developer wouldn't be required necessarily to follow the requirements, but similar to a neighborhood meeting, it would be a place for discussion. The Urban Design Code is in 33.24. That's where the Urban Design Commission lives, and they have a somewhat similar and analogous process for public buildings. There's a section in their code that gives the Urban Design Commission the ability to review public buildings primarily for design purposes. And so we would look at the possibility of creating a section that's probably slightly more robust in that, to really clearly define what the Urban Design Commission would look like, what kind of notice would need to be given, what kind of materials would need to be submitted, and sort of clarifying that this is a one-time design review type meeting without a binding decision, but a recommendation that could I think speak to what Jim was talking about with respect to holding a neighborhood meeting, yet actually have it in a public place where it's an open meeting. They could get notice. People are familiar with those processes. And I think that would be probably better than more likely outcome than a neutral arbitrator. So that's sort of the concept that we had talked about. It wouldn't, quite frankly, take a whole lot of work to put together something like that with respect to the UDC ordinance. And it would only require a couple lines in the zoning code.
Did you have any follow-up questions, Alder Evers, or additional questions?
No, not now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Alder Hack.
Just a follow-up on that discussion, for a question for John. So in such a meeting, do you envision that it would necessarily follow Robert's Rules of Order, or could it be more of a forum where it was more interactive, or does it depend?
Well, since we really don't have anything like this, it sort of depends. I see Janine and Matt are here as well. I would envision, the first answer would be I would envision it would proceed like a normal meeting. If Robert's rules would apply, you would have to, it would be noticed, it would be on the agenda, kind of like an informational meeting. However, as you know, we have over the last 2 to 3 years experimented in certain commissions and committees about suspending Robert's rules for purposes of engaging in more free-flowing discussion. That's something that's happened at a variety of different commissions over the years, and I think that's something that could potentially happen there. We'd obviously want to think about how that would look at the Urban Design Commission and talk to Janine and Kevin and the folks that actually staff that commission to see how that would work. But we could try and craft it to accommodate that sort of event, that kind of a setting.
Thanks. I guess I'm a little bit skeptical having a small development proposal in District 2 right now that is permitted use but has to go to Urban Design Commission. and the neighbors have concerns about parking, let's say, and UDC is not really particularly interested in hearing about that. So I'm wondering if a lot of concerns would be heard. Obviously, you're talking about something that's not a binding process. It's really to give feedback and let developers and neighbors talk. But I guess I'm a little bit skeptical that neighbors will feel heard with that particular concept sometimes. They would really pretty much have to stick to UDC concerns, though, right? I mean,
yeah, it would be one of the reasons the UDC might be, and again, this is just an idea to try and respond to some of the things that we've been hearing. But one of the reasons why the UDC is, I think, probably in terms of our city committees appropriate is because they are there to talk about aesthetics. Use is not an issue at the UDC, and so we can clearly define in the provision that we create that allows this review what their jurisdiction is, so that the people come in with an understanding that no, this isn't about the use. It's already a permitted use. It's not about parking. It's not about these things that are not purview of the Urban Design Commission. It's about this list of several things related to the design of the building, and in part because a lot of the folks that talked tonight and a lot of the people that we've heard over the course of the weeks have talked about how their suggestions about designs have made it a better project. So gives them the ability to state those design suggestions during that meeting and get feedback from the Urban Design Commission professionals on those things. So we would want to define it in the ordinance to make it clear what the areas of review would be. But in some ways, I think the UDC, having it in the UDC helps because they're understanding that they don't discuss. They're there for the design and aesthetics.
Janine Glazer, did you have something to add?
Thank you. But just kind of restating some of the things that John had said, that it would be very similar to an informational review where it is an informal discussion between the commissioners and the public and or the applicant. And then secondly, any written code would clearly define what they're asking the commission to respond to or comment on. So I'm happy to answer any questions as well.
Thank you. Alder Heck, did you have any follow-up or any additional questions?
No, that was it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Solheim.
Thank you. Just a quick question related to that and opportunities for public notification. We had talked earlier about the demolition process, and I just want to confirm my understanding is correct. So if properties, that were proposing to demolish existing properties and then build a permitted use, the public notification in terms of notifying the alder and the neighborhood association for the demolition permit would still apply. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I have right now.
Okay. Thank you. Are there other questions of staff? Alder Heck.
Thank you. This came up earlier, and Heather, I think you when talking about Alder Evers district and Lakeside Street and lot combinations, but I have some worries about the likelihood of lot combinations having a bigger impact in making redevelopment more likely where currently affordable housing exists based upon location in the city in different Alder districts. And, we tend to be kind of parochial, and when we think of examples, we're thinking of things in our districts. But I do think about places, let's say in Alder Foster's district, in CCT and mixed use districts where I don't really know, I'm just guessing, but maybe land is not quite as expensive as it is right in the city center, and that it might, lot combinations might be more feasible out there. And even in District 2, the 700 block East Johnson redevelopment from a few years ago came up in public comment, and that really did combine, I think in the end it was about seven lots that were purchased for the purpose of redevelopment, and it apparently paid off. I don't know. So I'm worried about you said zoning is a blunt instrument, but I worry about lot combination potential varying around the city. And can you convince us that the economics are going to prevent a lot of that in lots of these areas? I know that's a big question.
No, I do think that lot combinations will continue. I think what some of the concern, and yes, economics differ throughout the city, absolutely. Some of the concerns that we've been responding to have to do with older, more central parts of the city where the land prices are quite high, frankly. And I don't have much of a concern, honestly, that folks are going to purchase 2 and 3 unit buildings to build something that's, especially in the varied districts, that's barely larger than that. That's 8 units, maybe 12 units in TRV2. But in our mixed use districts, I think that there is more of, today there's a very strong economic incentive to combine lots and to redevelop in our mixed use districts, particularly where land is inexpensive. And I think the question that the Plan Commission needs to ask is, what is that incremental change, and how much is the change that we're proposing increasing the likelihood? And then the other question that I think is really important is that okay in some circumstances? And I think, if you look at our growth strategy and the comprehensive plan, we absolutely as a city have called out our underutilized auto-oriented corridors where land is cheaper than in other mixed use districts as places that can accommodate a great deal of our growth, and should. I mean, that is our growth strategy in the comprehensive plan. Underutilized auto-oriented properties along transit lines should accommodate a large percentage of our growth. That's our current growth strategy, and that's what we've been working with. And so I think in some cases, again, strong economic incentive to do lot combinations today. Remember, mixed use districts have no height limits or density limits. If you do a mixed use building, that wouldn't change. We still aren't, we're not introducing opportunities to do purely residential buildings without density limits. But I think your question really does hit on it. I think the question is, when we allow things as a permitted use, and I'll call out the CCT district, the 60 unit purely residential building, is that too much perhaps? I think that's what you're asking. Is that going to produce an economic incentive to remove a couple of commercial buildings, parking lots, and redevelop with a relatively large purely residential building? And I think in some cases, the answer to that question is yes. That, I think that again, there is a density limitation there of 87 units per acre baked into the code. But yeah, I think we could see some lot combinations for permitted uses moving forward. Whereas today, basically any project is going to be a conditional use. We certainly see a lot of lot combinations today, and I think we will continue to.
Okay, thanks. That's my question for now.
Okay. Commissioner Cantrell.
Yeah, this is a question, a follow-up with Heather on what she just raised. And I guess, could you talk about the threshold that you've recommended here for the TSS and the CCT, 48 units by right and the 60 units by right? Those areas, the jump is from 4 to 48 in the TSS and 4 to 60 in the CCT. So that looks like the biggest jump we have. And I guess I'd like for you to elaborate on that some. Why did you come up with that? Was there something that obviously made some sense in balancing the parcels in the area, or but I guess I'd like some discussion on that.
Sure. I think, for the CCT district, which is named for what it largely is, commercial corridor transitional, many of the properties are relatively large among the mixed use and commercial districts. They're a little less than an acre in size. I think that median, if you want, I can bring up slides that we went over earlier so that I can get the numbers right. Just a second here. Okay, so there is a pretty marked difference in the lot size in these districts. The median, which I think is probably the best measure because it kind of eliminates the outliers. We're looking at about 30,000 square feet in CCT, very small in TSS, 6,000 square feet. This is where we see a lot of dense but small scale development in the TSS district, and then kind of right in between that in NMX, which surprised me, by the way. I thought the NMX lots would be smaller. I think we do have some areas zoned to NMX, like the one up on Troy Drive where the garden store is. That's an enormous lot that's zoned to NMX that's, kind of skews some of this data at any rate. So yes, I think lot size was part of it. What size building actually fits on an existing lot of about a median size? Well, a 60 unit building would fit pretty well on a 30,000 square foot property. Meanwhile, knowing that for smaller properties within that same district, the density limitations would ratchet back what could be permitted on that lot. So again, not everywhere in CCT will you have a lot that supports a 60 unit building. That lot must be of a certain size in order to support it. So yeah, I think lot size was a big driver in that. But I think that it's something that, we could re-examine those thresholds. I think we went for pretty consistent thresholds across the code so that, we didn't want to pick the number 43 units or, something like that. We wanted to have some consistency across districts, and you'll see there's a 60 unit limit in CCT, 60 unit limit in the TRU2 district. So, for what it's worth, I think we wanted to work in cleaner increments, and maybe I'll thank Colin for that.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Alder Rummel.
Hi, thank you. The thing that I know that the sponsors talked about, at least some of the alders did in some of their outreach, was about trying to incentivize the small developers, the nonprofits, people of color and women developers. And when I start to think about it, I just see a line, and help me understand if I'm not seeing it right, between the residential zoning versus the mixed use zoning. As when I think of I spent hours looking at everything that Madison Development Corporation and Commonwealth Development own, and looked at the zoning and said, what could they do to could they grow and how? And, I found some TRU 1 and 2, and that seemed the most likely, and less of the TSS NMX. So I'm just wondering, it's not a broad survey. What is the thinking about how these small developers, are they just in the residential categories, or do we see them having opportunities to do these larger scale projects in the TSS and NMX or CCT?
I guess there's kind of two questions intertwined there. There's a question about scale and a question about which districts. The latest development by Commonwealth was in the NMX district. It was an 11 unit building on Raymond Road, three-story building. But I would agree with you. I think most of what they have is in the residential districts. Not all, perhaps, but I think we would absolutely want to see our nonprofit housing developers, those developing affordable housing, to obtain properties with the certainty of being able to move forward with the development. And maybe, another thing this does is allow someone to approach, a single property owner and say, I want to buy your 12,000 square foot lot so that I can put up a 16 unit building. Whereas most developers that are operating at typical scales that Plan Commission sees, they would wait until they had 3 properties in a row and bring in a 70 unit mixed use building, because the conditional use process is there no matter what. So I kind of think, hope that what this will do, one element of this will be encourage folks to look for that one single property along a mixed use stretch that they can purchase and redevelop, rather than requiring sort of that aggregation of property. It's something we can certainly track over time. As you know, we've spoken with nonprofit housing developers throughout this process, and they have a range of opinions on these ordinance changes. But I think, and this is where my colleague Lynette Rhodes might want to come in, or Matt Wachter, we know that as a city, we have to be doing other things in order to support nonprofit housing developers, whether it's land banking and RFPs for development. And this is where I'll stop talking. And it looks like Lynette has some ideas on this, and Matt.
Yeah, I just want to add, again, we have different tools besides the zoning, especially with funding. But one of the things that we are trying to do with our nonprofits is really streamline the system for them. So I'm just going to use, because Heather brought up the example of Commonwealth and their Raymond Road project. They had to go in front of different boards, committees, and commissions about 7 different times in order to get that deal approved through funding, approved through land use commission, approved through lots of different things. So as we talk about the development of affordable housing and holding costs and a lot of other things that happen, streamlining some of those deals and really supporting our nonprofits, not just with development financing, but thinking how we can support them with capacity building so that they can get these projects through, is going to be really important for us.
I'd add, just like Alderoma, like you looked through these nonprofits' portfolios of real estate. We're looking through our own portfolios of real estate. The CDA just did this, finding some vacant parcels, some cats and dogs that are zoned with some of these varied designations, and looking to make them available for either the CDA to develop more housing or nonprofit partners. So we're actively looking at that. The mayor had mentioned the ACRE program out of Milwaukee. So we are partnering with them. We have 5 people from the city of Madison, women, people of color who want to get into real estate development. And they're specifically looking for projects of this scale, because that's Milwaukee program. A lot of people who went off and did development started with, building a 4-plex, doing a small townhouse deal, or doing 6 townhouses with the room to expand to do 6 more. So that's exactly what the sort of entry-level developer is looking for.
Thank you, Matt Wachter. And Matt Tucker, you have something to add?
Yeah, I just want to circle back to bring it back to include small developers that are doing market rate housing. And I'm not going to name any names, but we've had several smaller project developers that we've brought small projects through in the recent past, or medium-sized projects too. And one other effect of this ordinance, I talk to a lot of the people that own property that's existing housing stock that has the potential expansion opportunity to add units to, like, say, the basement or garden level. Like maybe they had an older basement that was unfinished and it's just sitting vacant, but it's totally usable and appropriate. And I often run into the density caps as reasons why the people that have those properties cannot add a dwelling unit there. And they always say to me, they say, well, can I get a variance? And they say, no, you really can't get a variance because there's not a hardship. It's going to be seen as not a varianceable type of a thing. And they say, well, if this city is so, driven to add housing for affordability, why would they not support me adding more housing? That's exactly what I want to do. And I'm always having this tension discussion with them, because the a lot of these developments are just fit to their lot size. And the only way they could add is if the lot area per dwelling unit or the open space requirements go down. A lot of these were built in the 50s, 60s, 70s, and they have that built-in opportunity that this ordinance would allow. And frankly, no one would hardly notice it. Some of these things we've been able to do that because they were able to meet it, but by and large, no one notices this happens because it creates potential infill opportunities in areas that oftentimes are located in pretty nice places in regard to transit or where we would like to see density be added.
Thank you, Matt.
So it does seem like there are opportunities out there for the way Matt described it as like the single family or two flat where you could add something, but that's not what we're discussing in this ordinance. And I know that's part of the future, but it really seems if we disconnect it, it's sort of hard to say how it is that we could find these ways to help people kind of fill in, like an ADU or fill in their basement or whatever it is that could be really add a lot and not just in, that could be nearby a transit corridor, but not exactly the transit corridor.
Matt Tucker, did you have something to add?
No. Yeah, maybe I didn't explain that well. I'm sorry, Alder, but I'm absolutely talking about people adding units in basements of existing multifamily buildings. That's exactly what I'm talking about. The discussion
through the existing zoning that's before us.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay. That seems like doable. It's just I have questions about some of the other stuff, but we need to do that and more. Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Evers.
Thank you, Chair. I know I've asked a lot of questions, and I think this is the last one. Mentioning the nonprofit developers, the ones I've talked to are concerned that, this upzoning, as modest as you claim it to be, is going to result, it'll make these properties more valuable on some kind of level by dint of the fact that if they're permitted uses, and that those who will be able to exploit that increased value and monetize that and do development projects, purchase it and development and incentivized to do that, resulting in, they'll do market rate luxury housing because that's the highest and best use in a market economy. And they'll be able to move more quickly than the nonprofit developers who have to get financing from multiple sources. So perhaps this question's for Lynette, perhaps it's for Heather. That's classic gentrification, right? Which we're all worried about and the consequence of displacement. What kind of roadblocks can we put in place to slow that down and to level the playing field so that the nonprofit developers who could take advantage of this change, as you say, some would be able to, can compete and not have these parcels bought up quickly by a market developer who only has to go to one bank to get the zoning and get the financing and can move quickly. It seems to me that one of the drawbacks on this is that it will add more housing. It will not add more affordable housing. And I know there are other strategies that can get us there. But is there any thought to perhaps maybe we should slow this down and put this on pause for 30 to 60 days to coordinate and sequence our strategies so that we're sure that we can put some speed bumps along the way so that we don't just let this runaway train go and have market rate developers jump into the gap?
Heather, did you want to take that?
Well, I can start. I'm looking at colleagues, and this might be also Matt Wachter or Matt Mikolajewski as well with regard to the city's land banking program and the economic development division.
A whole bunch of hands popped up.
Great.
So now.
saved by the hands.
Okay. I will go to Lynette then, or Matt. Oh, Lynette here. Okay. Lynette?
Actually, Matt probably wants to talk about the land banking, and I will fill in then.
Okay, so we want Matt first then, huh? Okay, go Matt.
So, I'd say like in an ideal world, we would have launched everything all together right around March 15th last year. And then COVID got in the way and some pieces did start moving faster than others. But I will say that some of the tools to do what you're talking about launched first. So the Land Banking Fund in particular was launched. As you know, the policy is still being tweaked, but that fund is out there actively ready to acquire properties in places that are at high risk of gentrification, so we can get in front of it. Another tool that launched ahead of all of this was Lynette put out a new RFP called Housing Forward that specifically targets small development, this sort of thing. So that tool has launched. So a lot of these other pieces are moving. They're just not perfectly in tandem. And I'm going to blame COVID because it's an easy scapegoat. But we do have this, I think in short order, a lot of these tools will be out on the street if they're not already. So that's my.
And so the only thing I would add is for that Housing Forward and that, how we support nonprofits, we have historically, used to do what we called license to hunt as well. So if a nonprofit had a certain area that they were targeting, so they didn't have the land per se or an option, we would potentially work with them. And we brought that back for this RFP, in particular for our homeownership. So we had 2 homeownership programs come in, and we knew how hard it would be for options to purchase on the single family market. So we brought back that license to hunt. So we have ways that we historically have supported nonprofits before. And now that we are getting more data and more tools behind maybe more targeting where they are looking to purchase versus than just a license to hunt in the city, we can bring back those options so they don't have to go to, go through our whole entire process of get financing again. So we have flexibility, especially when we now are converting affordable housing funds to these smaller projects and not just the federal funds that have a lot of hoops attached to them.
Really good information. Thank you both. Alder Foster.
Thank you. Great discussion. I think this is my last question as well. Probably for Attorney Strange, Matt rose this kind of point of maybe one of the most likely scenarios is in some of these existing multifamily units, the I think really good opportunity to add a unit or two, and that's something that broadly I'm very supportive of adding density. I think I'm totally sold on why we need to do that. Is there my concerns are really around displacement and the potential that this somehow shifts the economics to where we are losing the most affordable housing and it's getting replaced with something sort of high-end market. And maybe those worries are unfounded and the economics just won't work. But do we have the ability and the authority to permit and allow additional units in existing buildings? So in this, basically facilitate the kinds of things that Matt was just describing, but not allow by right the demolition of existing housing stock.
And you were directing that at Attorney Strange, I think.
Yeah, thank you.
Well, I'm trying to separate out those two hypotheticals. You're talking about the structure allowing a unit in the basement, but not allowing the demolition of another structure altogether, or you're just talking about generally, can we prohibit demolition if it's going to displace affordable units? I see them as two separate.
It's more about, is there a way that we could allow for additional density, additional units for an existing building without permitting demolition and reconstruction? I guess that's the question. So, is there a supplemental regulation, or is there something where we could accomplish what Matt's describing and allow those? Again, I'm thinking of the areas that are going to be impacted in my district. So it's plexes, it's these fourplexes, and if with all these proposed changes, this would allow them to build another unit or two on existing lots, I'm all for that. That's great. Is there a way to do that without having the scenario where someone's going to come in and buy it. They're going to demolish this older building with the affordable rents, put in something larger and higher end, and really drive displacement is what I'm trying to get at.
Yeah. We looked at, there are some cities who have enacted some anti-displacement ordinances. Some of those include ordinances that are demolition. One of the aspects of those ordinances are, kind of come back to this question of regulating rent or requiring inclusionary zoning, which we can't do in Wisconsin. So a lot of these places, at least the ones that I'm familiar with, the anti-displacement ordinances tie their regulations to those factors, which I think we would run into problems. I don't know if we could create a separate demolition standard that would allow us to deny the request to demolish a house, demolish a structure on the basis of its existing rental rates or its existing affordability when the property is zoned for a permitted use for a different structure. I mean, I would have to look at our ability to deny a demolition on the basis of existing affordability. I mean, we can't require inclusionary zoning. We can't require a particular rent. So can we, the question would be whether we could deny a demolition on the basis of affordability or rent. And it seems like a bit of a circular problem.
Right, and maybe, and this is probably getting a little esoteric and it's 10:20, but I guess I'm also thinking not so much focusing on the rent per se, but really this whether there's something there today or not. And so almost thinking how we use P/C in the mixed use districts, where if there's a single family building that was there before the change is permitted, but afterwards it would be conditional. Is there a way to do something like that where existing buildings we could say are permitted at a certain level of units or density, but would require conditional use approval for essentially new buildings if you want to have that kind of higher level of density? So not addressing it necessarily through a demolition ordinance, but through that kind of a design.
Would you be thinking about additions to, or just using the space that's already there?
I think addition is the concept.
I mean, potentially through a P/C. I mean, I would want to think about, I would need to really think about how that would work with the rest of the code. I don't know if Matt looks like he's got his hand up. I'm trying to imagine an addition, treating addition differently than new construction. Matt, do you have a thought on that?
Yeah, the whole point is the point of construction. I mean, the conditional use goes away. Well, it doesn't make sense for it to carry a conditional use moniker if it moves on in the eyes of the zoning code as a permitted use. That creates a really bad way to track records. Like lake houses are like that. They're like conditional uses forever. And it's not a good way to manage zoning things. I don't know how we would make sense of something like that, because its status of what it is kind of what, when we do the zoning certificate, I can remember we used to treat the downtown that way. We've done some other things that way, and it really was not a clean way to deal with zoning on things, because the development may have a development that's next to it that's exactly the same, but one has a conditional moniker on it because it's a conditional use, and the others are permitted, and it didn't make a lot of sense when we were doing that. We moved away from that kind of a system.
Thank you, Matt.
Alder Foster, I think your question is, could we do it? I mean, theoretically, we probably could do it. I would really need to think about perspective, administrative perspective, how we would do that, to try to draw the line between the ability to allow as a permitted use something in an existing building, not in a new building. That presents a new dynamic that we'd really have to think through. Whether we could legally do it or not might be the easier question.
Thank you.
Okay. Alder Rummel.
Thanks. Thanks, Grant. I think it's a really interesting idea because, it gets at, I think maybe I share some of the sentiments you have, like some of these purely residential zoning districts, if you could add a couple more units, that seems like, I think that should figure, we could probably figure out a way that should go forward. My bigger issue is like the mixed use districts, and I just really am not ready for that to go forward. But, a bigger step up from the zoning code approach and kind of getting at some of these things through all the initiatives we're doing. But, one of the public speakers mentioned, could we have bonus stories for affordable housing? And maybe that gets back to the question for state law that John has brought up, but that would be something that would be interesting. And then also a question about, and this is something that's always, it's always kind of bothered me. So I think I started noticing it like downtown, and, we made all these plans that say we should redevelop and densify downtown. So I have to let go of these older, Mifflin where I, cut my teeth and say, okay, well, maybe that's going to be let go. But is there some way that we could say we lost 10 affordable workforce housing units and put that in account for that somehow and say, okay, we're missing 10. Who gets to, does that developer who's building something, they might not want to provide it. Could there be some kind of like workforce housing allotment that they would pay into? And, I don't know if I know that's outside of our scope, but I think about that a lot. So just thought I would raise it.
Was there a question there, Alder?
John, I figured he'd be have the quickest ability to answer.
So could you raise your hand? Oh, there.
Sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, so two things there. The providing the incentive of bonus stories or bonus density in exchange for affordable housing. One of the things that we've talked about as staff, and I've talked with many of you individually about, is how do we come about getting more affordable housing? In Wisconsin, unlike some other states, we have both a rent control prohibition, which means that we can't control rent at all in any structure. And then we have an inclusionary zoning provision, which says that we can't require affordable units in newly developed structures. And so those two things really, really bind us in a lot of ways with the kinds of things that we can put together with respect to requiring these. Now, I've always tried to leave open the possibility of incentivizing affordable housing and allowing something like a density bonus or a height bonus would be, strictly speaking, a density or an incentive. Austin, who has a similar sort of regulatory scheme as we have in a lot of ways, has tried to do that with density bonuses and height bonuses. They often tie theirs directly to subsidies, which is something that we could do here. If we're putting money in the game, we can require things, we can incentivize things that way. But without that, we're more bound, and in some ways even more than Austin is. So I think there is some, I'd like to think there is some ability for us to do that through incentives. I'll mention just briefly one of my concerns that I haven't been able to sort of work through yet on that is understanding the limits that we have with respect to state law. Let's say that we provide an incentive to somebody. Let's say we say you can build an extra story on your building, and as a result of us allowing you to do that, you're going to include X number of affordable units. So they go about and they build their extra story, and then 3 years from now, they change the rent on that thing back to market rate. So, okay, so now what do? We have two options. We go to court, we try to enforce the affordable affordable unit, which then the court turns around and says, well, we've got a statute here that says you can't control rent, you can't have inclusionary zoning, or we ask them to take the story off of the building. That's going to be a bit of a tall ask for the court. So it's something that I've talked with, a lot of you about, trying to figure out a way to make this work within the context of the state statute that we have. I do hold out the belief that there's some incentives that we can do on a case-by-case basis and in ways that we can work that out. But those are some of the challenges that are faced with something like that. And then the second part of your question, what was the second idea that you were?
When we lose workforce housing to new development, are we saying we've lost 10 units and somehow we kind of account for that and try to make it up?
Right. So the prohibition on inclusionary zoning also sort of prohibits this. What you're talking about is more of like an in lieu of fee that we provide, that a developer might be charged a certain fee for not providing affordable housing. I think that we would be limited in doing that, unfortunately, as well. It seems like whenever these questions get asked, we come back to the same question. And you look at other cities around the country that are doing things. Cambridge was the city that was most circulated this week. I looked at that for a couple hours today. It'd be amazing to do what they're doing in Cambridge. Massachusetts has a rent control statute, but they don't have an inclusionary zoning prohibition. And so there's a lot of things that we could be doing from a requirement standpoint, but we really run into the inclusionary zoning problem. And I do think spot incentives are something that we could consider in the future. But these sort of larger things like overlay districts and that, we continually run back into those statute problems.
Thank you, Attorney Strange.
Thank you. Yeah, maybe this is for Heather. Do we keep track of what we lose as sort of an account? I know we always talk about we built X number of units this year, but do we say, and then we lost X number of affordable units when we do those calculations? Is there something you track about that?
I'll turn it over to Colin, who tracks quite a bit. I would think the one thing we would lack was, well, what are naturally occurring affordable units versus subsidized units? But Colin, you'll have a richer answer for this.
Yeah. So unfortunately, it's tough for us to track what the rents are in those units that go away. But as we do track everything else that we track, we are able to determine how many dwelling units are lost, and then how many are built, and then we will track the net gain. There's almost never a net loss. I don't think there ever is, but we'll track the net gain of those. So it's difficult for us to tell what's lost at what rent price. If they're truly affordable ones or workforce, if they're 50 or 60 or 80% of county median income. But I think one of the things that we do keep in mind is that in many of these situations, it's a smaller building. It's a kind of an underutilized site that is being demolished, and it's usually quite a few more units that are being added. And it kind of goes back to what Kurt Paulson said, is that there may be localized impacts, but if you're adding a very large number of units, and if we're talking about over the course of the year, hundreds and hundreds, that can have an impact on the overall affordability across the city.
Thank you, Colin.
Thank you.
Did you have any further questions, Alder Rummel?
No, thanks.
Okay, thank you. Alder Heck.
Thank you. As I think Alder Foster said, it was 10 minutes ago, so I'll try to see if I can get us somewhere. This is a question for Heather. We've heard concerns about both the residential district changes and the mixed use and commercial district changes, about a whole range of concerns. And I would venture to say that from the public, maybe, and some alders, the concerns are more about the larger redevelopment potential for, thresholds related to number of units, as well as commercial space being removed from mixed use districts. I really am not a fan of trying to alter these proposals too much on the fly, but I'm wondering if there are some things that can be done to address some of the concerns, retaining some conditional use processes for larger developments in some of these things we've talked about that could potentially still address our housing shortage and hopefully incentivize nonprofits and smaller scale developers. For instance, just the unit number thresholds that would perhaps still not have that big of an impact, because it might be larger developers that are going to do those anyway, who could absorb commercial space more easily. I don't know if there are particular aspects of what's been proposed that could help. Do you have any thoughts on that?
Yeah, it's certainly something I've been thinking about in recent weeks and talked with a couple of sponsors and alders about as well. I think if it's okay, I will bring up the draft ordinance here. And I think, based on what I'm hearing, this is, Alder Heck, this is at least one area that you're sort of focused on. This is the mixed use and commercial districts use table. And at the risk, I know this is sort of in the weeds, but so right now, again, we have a permitted use for anything up to 24 units in the NMX district, as long as they have the lot area for it. I want to stress that they have to have the lot area to accommodate that. With TSS, it goes up to 48 units. So it's kind of like a stair step here. Let's ignore MXC. We barely have any. It's irrelevant, I think, to this discussion. CCT is the third one. And you can see that goes up to permitted all the way up to 60. One other nuance I want to show is that in the NMX district, 24 is the max for a purely residential building. There is no opportunity to seek a conditional use for anything higher if you're purely residential. In the TSS and CCT, you could seek a higher number as a conditional use. So one recommendation I would have for the Plan Commission to consider would be changing the numbers right here on this stair step. And so maybe, I don't know, maybe NMX stays at 24, maybe it's 24 all the way across. Maybe it goes something like 12, 24, 36. I actually think that could be a good, meaningful change. Still see a lot of smaller scale and some mid-scale as a permitted use, but protect some of the existing buildings, whether they be commercial buildings or residential buildings that might exist in these areas from permitted use that might be at a scale that's making some people feel very concerned about this. And so again, I haven't spoken with a lot of folks about this, but I do think moving this 24, 48, 60, if we looked at taking that to a 12, 24, 36, I think that could make some sense. And I think we would have, it's an easy change to make. I think we'd still want to allow for conditional use over and above that. But we could certainly make that change if the Plan Commission thought that was a good direction to move between now and the council meeting.
Thanks. That's interesting. And then, I know Alder Foster's been very concerned about commercial space requirements in general.
Okay.
I don't know how
so that, I guess what I just described would pertain to the purely residential buildings. So now you can see in all of these relevant districts, dwelling units and mixed use buildings are permitted / conditional. And one of those thresholds between permitted and conditional is, as indicated, had a lot of support from Plan Commission. We wanted to make it less onerous with regard to ground floor commercial space in these districts. All of those thresholds are actually located in a different spot within the ordinance. They're in the supplemental regulations. This is why some of this is difficult to follow, I think. So dwelling units in mixed use buildings, here we go. Starting with sub E here, if folks can follow the screen. As you can see with this change, the NMX and TSS districts are proposed to be changed from having 75% of the street frontage to 50% of the ground floor street frontage, being that threshold for conditional use. And I think that change actually makes a lot of sense. I think in the CCT district, where again, our expectation is larger lots, probably larger buildings, Plan Commission had been comfortable last summer with a 25% of the ground floor frontage being that threshold. And so that's where we are now. And this is the area where that change would occur. I think staff's generally supportive of what's here today. I think if anything were to change, maybe it would make sense to just make CCT the same as the other two, to have it be a 50% all across the board as that threshold. But again, I think at least at the staff level, we're pretty comfortable with this, especially given the, but not entirely based on the state of commercial in the city today. And I should mention again that Matt Miklajewski is here as well and may have some insights on that. I know it's getting late, but so hopefully that helps at least kind of focus in on areas that the Plan Commission could recommend changes.
Okay, that's it for now. Thanks.
Thank you. Commissioner Solheim.
Thank you. If those total unit numbers were changed to 12, 24, 36, or whatever it may be, like you outlined, would the lot size requirements stay the same? I'm asking that because, I think our whole discussion here about encouraging missing middle housing and also smaller developers, a key part of that is the ability to have increased density on lots so that, one, they don't have to put up the capital to assemble several lots, and then two, also go through what is an expensive process of conditional use and the design standards that come with that. So I just want to confirm that those would, obviously everything is subject to change as we talk about, adjusting things, but if those would otherwise stay the same if we just change the rules.
That is what I think that's what staff would recommend, that if there's going to be a sort of a ratcheting back of the number of units that's permitted versus conditional, let's at least keep the density increases that are also, again, solidly recommended in all of these policy documents. Let's keep that density change there to allow for, even if it's a 24 unit building instead of 48, same density as what's proposed.
Okay, thank you. I mean, I can just say, coming from working for a nonprofit small developer, that's where the opportunities lie, which I would go for, in terms of assessing risk. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Solheim. Any further questions of staff? Commissioner Cantrell.
Just one last question for me. I know that during our review back in July of these code amendments, one of the things that we really were very, supportive of was reducing the amount of commercial in these mixed use buildings. And to 50% as what was proposed into 25%. And I guess the perception that I have, and I guess I've seen, is that a lot of the commercial mixed-use building square feet remains vacant. And I guess maybe the economic development director can talk about that some, because as I see it, even buildings that have been around for 10 years, I see some vacancies in them, and so maybe we can have Mr.
Mikolajewski.
Yes.
Matt, do you want to?
Yes. Thank you, Commissioner Cantrell. So yes, I took a look at current retail vacancy rates throughout the city, and I should say it's a little hard to distinguish whether or not a retail space is within a mixed-use building versus not within a mixed-use building from a data standpoint. But the data source that we do have access to at the city does characterize the type of retail space. And one of the categories that they use is what they refer to as neighborhood retail, as opposed to big box retail or shopping malls or those sorts of things. So I think it's fairly likely that neighborhood retail would capture more of the mixed use retail that I know that you have an interest in. And so taking a look at current vacancy rates, and I should note that the boundaries of the data set that we use are not coterminous with our municipal boundaries. So in many cases, these areas will pick up some of our neighboring communities, such as Monona or Shorewood Hills. But when you look at it, some areas have a relatively low neighborhood retail vacancy rate. So for example, Southeast, which kind of gets down into probably the Stoughton Road area, is as low as 1.1%. Likewise, the near west side is relatively low at 3.6%. But then it does jump up. So for neighborhood retail in the northwest part of the city, which kind of runs along University Avenue up to Middleton, is at 6.2%. In the northeast, which kind of covers East Washington Avenue heading up towards Sun Prairie, neighborhood retail vacancies at 8.9%. And in the southwest, which is kind of the area around Westtown Mall, heading kind of south around the Beltline, the neighborhood retail vacancy rate is at 9.5%. So it definitely, there are some areas of the city where the vacancy rate for neighborhood serving retail is quite high.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any other questions of staff? Seeing no raised hands, I would be looking for a motion. Commissioner Cantrell.
I will recommend that the ordinance amending the various sections of the Madison General Ordinances in order to increase the allowable density and decrease conditional use thresholds in certain multiple family residential mixed use and commercial districts be forwarded to the City Council with approval.
Seconded by Commissioner Sundquist. Did you wish to speak to your motion, Commissioner Cantrell?
Yes. Obviously, there is a definite need for housing in Madison. And as I think Professor Paulson indicated, that in order to really affect affordability, we need to definitely increase the number of units. And I think that will drive create actually more affordable housing. So I think the density thresholds are in alignment with the comp plan. And I think that what Matt Tucker raised, I think these proposed amendments will also allow the some homeowners to increase units in their existing house home by maybe one unit, as he's indicated. So I think that impact, I think, is going to be maybe more important than some of these other 60-unit buildings that we may be permitting in the CCT and in TSS. So I think that these amendments are very appropriate. We need housing. We need housing in the city, and because we don't want to use the farmland that we have. We want to have a more dense inner city to make the transit and all the other services actually work in an efficient way. So that's why I'm recommending that these ordinance amendments be brought forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Alder Foster.
Thank you, Chair. I think, as I mentioned earlier, I'm broadly very supportive of the goals of adding housing and adding density. Something that I've understood for a long time back when I was on the Long Range Transportation Planning Committee. These goals are really important for a lot of reasons, including some of our key transportation goals. And when I saw these amendments introduced, my initial instinct and reaction when I looked at them and saw the sort of summary was, I should add myself on as a sponsor. My concerns at this point, I've raised a few different ones. I think they're probably in two broad categories. I raised some tonight around the potential impact around not just gentrification, but actual displacement for some of these residential areas. I don't know how real those concerns are. I really don't. And my hope is that they're not real. My hope is that we're not actually making changes that would result in what I fear could be possible. I wish we had done some more specific analysis to actually have confidence to say, no, here's why we don't think that's going to happen. And I feel like that's a mistake that we have not done that yet. And I think we need to be really careful before we make some changes and sort of see what happens. I know in my district, those areas are, as I've said earlier, these are the ones where people that don't show up at your meetings, the people that live on Camden Road, the people that live off of Swanton Road, the people that live in the Hawthorne Carpenter Ridgeway neighborhood, you never hear from them. And they don't even know about this proposal. But those are the ones that are potentially at risk. And again, hopefully they're not. Hopefully it doesn't happen. But it seems like if these changes are effective and if they have the desired result, those are the people that are going to lose their homes. And we have a tremendous shortage of affordable homes and not subsidized, but workforce housing. So I remain very concerned about that. That being said, probably my bigger and stronger concerns are really around the mixed use and commercial corridors. And clearly we've had some similar conversations as it related to the CRUP proposal in my district earlier. And again, I certainly understand the tension between the sort of the need and the value for retaining commercial space in these key corridors. And that's something I really spoke up for. I understand the reality of some of the vacant commercial space around the city. I understand the chicken and egg scenario between getting that additional residential density to support future, more walkable commercial. And again, I'm very supportive of bringing that residential density in. And as you saw on one of the maps, a lot of that is happening today. My strong concerns with this are that we need to be able to continue to look at context. I need Plan Commission to be able to review specific proposals that would eliminate commercial space in these corridors and give a recommendation whether you think it's okay for that project or not, or push the developer to add something in when they're proposing nothing. And I am not advocating to have 100% commercial frontage on every major street in a mixed-use district. But what this actually does is allows for none. I mean, this by right could convert one by one every single parcel to a straight residential building. And it's really, it's sort of difficult. I didn't even understand that, honestly, for weeks after looking at these. And I was really concerned about dropping the 75% frontage down to 25% in CCT, since that's really the primary mixed-use district in my district. And I was really concerned about that impact. And I didn't realize for weeks, and many people I've spoken with that know about these changes also had no clue that what was actually being proposed is to allow as a permitted use straight residential buildings. And so the minimum threshold is not 50% or 25%, it's 0%. And as you saw in a number of the examples that Heather showed, it's basically you can build X number of units with or without commercial. So there's just no scenario where it would make sense to say, okay, well, I'm gonna take the hit and put that commercial on the floor because it doesn't get me anywhere. And so, when I look at a place like Cottage Grove Corridor, and take the Krupp thing aside, and my fingers are crossed there, and maybe it's not exactly the outcome that I had hoped for, but I'm hopeful that the live work will work out. What came up in that discussion, both from staff and from others, is even if that sort of doesn't have the same commercial potential that it does today, maybe it's not a huge deal because we got the Penny Library has moved over to this other spot, right? The corner of Dempsey Road in Cottage Grove, and that actually is probably the more likely future commercial node and center. Well, that's really delicate because in between those two things is an MG&E substation and a residential area. That's not zoned mixed use. It's not going to develop commercial. So we're really talking about these two places. And the block fronting the new Penny Library today has, I think, 8 different businesses in it, all smaller, older buildings with parking lots, but housing 8 different commercial businesses. And my concern with this would allow by right all of those to disappear and all of it to convert to straight residential. And that's something that just is wholly inconsistent with the goals identified in that special area plan and the goals in the comp plan around supporting and encouraging those commercial nodes to anchor the residential neighborhoods. And that's where I'm stuck. It's why would we give up our opportunity for you all, for staff, and for the Plan Commission to look at proposals in that one block, and maybe there's one where it makes sense that it's straight residential. Maybe there's even 2 of them. But to give up that completely and say, yeah, we allow this entire block to just go residential, I don't understand how we're ever going to get it back. I don't understand how we're ever going to recreate that commercial center. And allowing for those to disappear and to become straight residential areas is not what the comp plan calls for. It's not what my neighbors are calling for. It's not what's in the best interest of this part of the city. And so I want you to consider that. And I would really ask that you think about that specific component of this and the potential risk of allowing by right straight residential in every mixed use and commercial district in almost the entire East Washington corridor. And maybe it doesn't matter in Alder Hex District or Alder Rummels, but when you look at between Highway 30 and Highway 51, I mean, this is an area that is ripe for redevelopment. And do we really want to give up the potential for any commercial space on that entire corridor? We just want to say, you know what, we need housing so bad, we're willing to do it. I think we need to be really careful and really thoughtful. And if there are areas where we're okay with that, and we can look at a map and say, you know what, here's some areas where we're actually totally fine. It's a mixed use area, but we allow residential here. Then let's be a little bit more fine tuned with our zoning districts before we do that. Let's create a new zoning district that says, here's a mixed use district that we're going to allow by right straight residential. And if you want to put commercial, great. But let's not give up every single parcel that's in a mixed use and commercial corridor to straight residential, because it does have the potential to really disintegrate some really fragile commercial corridors. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder Foster. Commissioner Sundquist.
So some good, thoughtful comments just now and throughout tonight. I'm going to support this. And maybe there will be amendments between now and the time it hits council that could improve it, but I think it's pretty good already. Just, broadly, I have a couple points here, but it's late. Let me just see. I don't need to say them all. We're already getting higher density by right development, but and we see them all the time, but they tend to be out on the periphery. And so we're getting the density we want, but in the wrong place. It's in places where we don't have the transit, where people have to drive cars, where the housing and transportation costs are higher, where greenhouse gas emissions are higher because people have to drive a lot. So the notion, the problem this is trying to fix is really a real and genuine one. I think maybe everybody agrees with that. A lot of the complaint has been that it's going to give up so-called neighborhood control. And we've kind of been through a lot of that. I would just point out that neighborhood control is very contingent. And there are some neighborhoods that have a handful of people who come out for every conditional use proposed and argue against it, sometimes make projects better, sometimes make them worse, often scare them off entirely, probably. There's a lot of neighborhoods where people don't. So Alder Foster was talking about people we don't hear from. There are a lot of neighborhoods who don't, who have a lot of renters who aren't, ensconced in the neighborhood and in city processes a lot enough to come out and argue about this stuff, or they work second shift or second and first shift and they just don't have time for it. So we tend to hear a lot from people in my demographic, people who have lived here a long time, who are older, who own their homes. And so this whole process is skewed toward them. We need to fix that. And by getting rid of some of these conditional use processes is a step in the right direction. If the undergirding rules that allow what's happening as a permitted use are strong enough. And so we've been making progress on that. We've improved the stormwater ordinance. We've improved bird glass. Hopefully we're going to be looking at TDM so that people who get density in their neighborhood won't have to deal with a lot of traffic. We're looking at on-street parking. We're looking at energy conversation. So put a pin in that. Those are the places where you can make these permitted uses work well without having to argue particular conditions. A very flawed and very skewed conditional use format. The displacement piece is true and real, and it's already happening. Our high rent, our high property values are driving people out of the city. So, it's more real when somebody tears down, 4 units of older, maybe substandard housing and puts up 25 of higher rent housing. So that looks like displacement, and you can point to it. But the displacement, about systemic racism and systemic economic inequities, that's displacing more people than these individual little cases are. So, and the way to deal with that is to improve the number of units available and in the places where we want them. Right now, the use process is getting in the way of that. And finally, I do think Alder Foster's, this mayor even nodded to this in her remarks, the issue in the neighborhood serving retail. Question is whether this really serves that purpose or not. If you can't rent it, it doesn't matter. So we're in a situation right now where we're not a lot of cases renting those first floors anyway. So if we get more density, some of this retail. I've fighting over Grandview Commons and at the kind of grocery store they wanted there, and part of the reason the density wasn't enough. And even there, they have a pretty good situation. They do have a resource on it. Maybe that's not the best reason that has rental rates held up as.
Commissioner, you may want to get rid of your video because you're breaking up, and that might help. Okay, go ahead.
Yes. Okay. Thank you, Chair. It's almost done anyway. Maybe that's a sign from shut up. A little bit more density. These neighborhood retail nodes going, and we spring in places where this, and we have other zone. I don't have to just on NMX or so to deal with the of uses without on this clunky situation we have now. So I will desist. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Alder Rummel.
Thank you, Chair. So I share many of Alder Foster's concerns about this. You know, I kind of think if you took away if you just went forward with the TRV1 and TRV2 and the SRV1 and SRV2, I could support that. But I can't support the TRU1 and TRU2 without further study or any of the mixed use districts. I really, I guess when the rationale for the ordinance is to find and help and enable small scale developers, I think changing some of those districts might actually do that. And even just property owners could develop their own property, not let alone, whether it sells or not. But I think when you go into these mixed use districts and just change the whole, add more density when they're already generally dense proposals, just generally, I think you're just making havoc with land prices. It's like we're making a real estate decision here in the guise of zoning. And I often tell all my friends that zoning is a permission to print money. And I think that's what this ordinance does. It says to somebody who's owned something in the TSS or in other mixed use districts, your property, is worth a lot more than it was 2 days ago or when the council approves it. It's just worth more money. And I've already seen it play out, with developers who tell me, I would pay this for that, but I'd pay a lot more if it were this zone versus that zoning. And it's just a real phenomenon. And if we don't acknowledge how it affects our housing market, I think we're only looking at one side of this whole process. So I would like to see a work group of the Plan Commission or, maybe a broader effort to look at some of these zoning districts a little bit more in depth. I mean, I think we can all find examples that could help us understand how these could work or not work. I think we should also reach out to these, vaunted smaller developers and not just the nonprofits, because it sounds like we have stuff in place, but just what is it they need to, what does it look like for them? And, on the question, I guess I know I'm the representative of a district that's very active. And you know what, being an active alder it's being an active a place for development is why I have an active district. It's been a tension since the 80s. Stuff's been going on here, whether it's planning or maybe it's the 90s planning, and we created a TIF district, and then things start to happen and people come here, and it just goes. There's many people, and it was maybe even in one of the from Miss Leonard's talking about like when she first moved to Willie Street, how it was characterized. It was when I moved in 1982, it was considered a ghetto for Madison, which of course I grew up in Chicago. I'm like, it's not a ghetto, but you know what I'm saying? This is what people thought. It was Skid Row. And now look at it, it's like considered, like the prime example of a mixed use neighborhood. And so I guess what I'm driving at is, neighborhood input is part of this process. And there are people who offer good advice and people who just hate everything. And as an alder, you get familiar with that. And everyone's going to talk about parking. And as an alder, maybe the parking won't be so bad. But you kind of have to listen and kind of work through it all. But I want to really remind you, it's not just that my neighborhood is overprivileged. My neighborhood gets a lot of attention and investment. Other neighborhoods are not being invested in. They're being disinvested in. And so if nothing's happened in your neighborhood, you're not practiced at showing up and contributing and saying, what the heck is this? I like or hate it. And so I really kind of want you to think about like why it is that other neighborhoods don't show up. It's not just because somehow have a character failing in them, in the people. No, there's nothing there that makes them worried or gets them going. And I kind of wanted to get back to one of the things the mayor said when she talked about the history of redlining coming out of like when we, when in the 60s era, and when that went away, we came to this conditional use process. I just want to say my history is a little different. And I think redlining was mostly single family, not multifamily. And from my experience, a lot of this conditional use thing was, maybe it was the big compromise of the zoning code rewrite when we had so many planned unit developments because our zoning code was totally out of whack. And we wanted to get rid of we wanted to have more things approved without this, a burdensome process. But we didn't want it to this kind of review to go away altogether. So we did come up with ways to have a conditional use process as I think an attempt to gather input where it was most relevant. So I don't really see it some legacy issue. I think it's a current way that we've addressed how we want to grow our city. And so back to, I really do think the gentrification issue is real. I just really don't see how the TSS said, as I said, that's my zoning district I think most about, but how these mixed use changes are really going to get us, they might get us marginally more housing, but at what cost? I mean, cost of things that changes to the demolition ordinance and what gets reviewed, changes to how commercial properties, what they can ask for that's allowed by right. All these changes, the trade-off is just immense. And I guess I wouldn't be able to support this as proposed. And I really, at least minimally, would want to separate out those districts, as I said before, the TRU 1 and 2 and the mixed use districts for further study. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Lemmer.
Thank you. I will be quick. I support these changes. I think they are modest steps, and as has been discussed, they are aligned with our plans. In response to the concerns expressed that it wouldn't do enough to make an impact. And this is not intended to be a cure-all. We have to attack our housing crisis on many fronts, and we're doing a number of different things to address it. And updating our zoning is one small part of that. When Commissioner Sundquist mentioned that we're currently getting density, but not in the right places, that is something that I completely agree with. These changes are going to impact that in a positive way. They're going to reduce sprawl and encourage housing where we need it the most. And, as someone with a district that is one of the few places left in our city with greenfield development going on, I see firsthand why that is so important. Regarding the impacts on mixed use retail space, I think it's important to remember that retail needs people there to support it. I've had retail space in my district that was vacant for many years, and having empty space creates a lot of other problems as well. And I just want to remind folks that Madison is very unique in its approval process, and it creates a very serious barrier to entry for smaller developers. And I think this is going to make a positive impact on that as well.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Heck.
Thank you. Just a brief word. I'm a co-sponsor of this and generally support most of it. I do think that there are, I'll call them unintended consequences related to displacement and gentrification that we can't solve them all, but there are concerns still that are lingering and about particularly, larger developments as we discussed. And, strangely enough, I came into this thinking that the voice of neighbors is so disproportionately represented across the city, as we've talked about. And I really do think that relaxing the conditional use standards is appropriate in many of these areas. But I don't think we've solved or come up with a good solution for replacing our current system in that regard. I'm nervous about this idea that people are going to go to a UDC meeting and not only be able to talk about certain things. I prefer that we come up with a method for a bona fide community meeting, facilitated perhaps, but is not binding. Nothing comes out of that, but people's voices are heard. And when conditional uses aren't required, people will, not necessarily be able to derail a project or greatly impact it as they do now, oftentimes for the worse, sometimes for the better, of course. And so I'm stuck on that, and I'm a little bit surprised because I came into this thinking we need to get rid of these entitled voices. And I don't think we've figured out a good solution for this yet. And I don't know what that's going to be. So I'm not sure what I'm recommending. I'm a little nervous about that, as well as the gentrification concerns that I think still linger. But again, I think we could study this for a year and we still wouldn't have the answers. I mean, it's not an exact science, but there might be some things we can do to minimize some of the potential damage. Thanks.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Evers.
Thanks, Chair. I'm one of the original sponsors as well, and I'm wondering if there wouldn't be wisdom in pausing 30 days and doing more study about the areas that do need to be tweaked. Heather mentioned possible changes to the mixed use districts, changing those thresholds, adjusting them. There is open debate about the commercial properties. I don't think we should make policy based on current economic conditions. We have to be projecting 10, 20, 30 years down the road. And I think Alder Foster's concerns are legitimate along those lines. And I don't think that the resident input piece has been resolved. So yes, we can make amendments and fight this out on the council floor, but I think it's the responsibility of this body to make a recommendation of how to move forward. I would have preferred had we been able to do an omnibus kind of housing strategy that would have really addressed our concerns about displacement in a more proactive way, so that we were clear how these all fit together rather than doing it piecemeal. And I understand there's some reasons why where we're at today, but there's nothing that says that we have to do this right this minute, that we couldn't take time to get this right or to improve it, not to make it perfect, but to improve it. And I'm not sure that it's necessary that this gets done by a week from Tuesday. I think a delay may be in order. I think the new council members also should be instructed about the issues here and have a chance to weigh in on it as well. That's a second reason why I think it's worth delaying. So I'd ask you to consider the possibility that this should be referred for 30 days for more study.
Thank you, Alder Evers. Any other comments? Alder Rommel?
I'll take it and ask for a referral for 30 days. And if there are some subset of the Plan Commission that would want to work with staff on kind of some of these issues with the sponsors, that would be friendly to the idea of referral.
Is there a second? Seconded by Alder Hack. Did you wish to speak to your motion, Alder Rummel?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I think in many ways we need to add density in strategic ways, and I support that. And I think there's elements of that in this plan and this proposal. But as Alder Evers said, it's not quite there yet, and I agree. And I think this would help give we could gather together, and maybe if it's just all of us doing it informally, the small developers we know, and talk about the process that they face and what are some of the things and what are the kind of properties they're interested in. And if they're not going to go and build a 24 or 48 dwelling unit in the TSS district, this only won't help them. It'll help only, the larger developers who then, scoop up property and can just do their thing. So I just would ask for some deference to the community and Alder's questions that you've heard, as well as some commissioners. Thank you.
Mr. Pund.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify that the motion is to refer to April 26th.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Other comments before we come to a vote on the motion to refer? Seeing Commissioner Cantrell.
Well, I'm not supportive of the referral. I think that at least I have enough information now. I think Alder Foster did raise, I think, some good points regarding the permitted thresholds in the mixed use districts, and I might be supportive of what Ms. Stoddard talked about of the 12, 24, 36 concept that she came up with. But again, I'm not supportive of the referrals.
Thank you, Commissioner. Anything else before we come to a vote? Okay, seeing no raised hands, we'll come to a vote. I will assume unanimous consent unless I see a raised hand to object. Okay, could we have a roll call, please, Ms. Stouter?
Yes, Commissioner Solheim.
No.
Commissioner Cantrell.
No.
Alder Heck.
Aye.
Commissioner Spencer.
No.
Alder Lemmer.
No.
Alder Rummel.
Yes.
Commissioner Sundquist.
No.
Commissioner Hagenow.
No.
6 noes. Wait, I'm sorry. Two ayes, 6 noes.
Motion fails. We're back to the motion to approve made by Commissioner Cantrell. Further discussion on that motion? Alder Rummel?
Well, I heard people were interested in the things that Ms. Stouter mentioned. Since I'm personally not going to make those motions, since I'd rather study it some more than do something on the fly. I would hope that somebody would at least entertain. I know I'm saying I'm not going to do it, but somebody should. But I mean, I think we need to have more discussion, because I just really think going forward as it is without changing and recommended changes, just, it's not a good idea. Thank you.
Thank you. Alder Heck.
Thank you. Yes, I'd offer an amendment to the motion, putting in the changes to the table 18 that Ms. Stouter detailed, as well as the change in the one requirement for commercial space in a mixed-use building, which was, I think, 50%. Is that correct?
50% for all was what she mentioned.
Yeah.
Is there a second? Is there a second of Alder? Commissioner Cantrell is seconding. Did you want to speak to your motion, Alder Heck? No. Commissioner Cantrell.
Well, the reason I'm supporting this is that I don't want to create a situation where we're increasing the likelihood of an all residential strip along a TSS area. Where we should have some mixed use and where we should have some commercial. So I think that the Cottage Grove Road example, I think, is one that is a good example, that that reducing the threshold to 24 units as a permitted use, I think that feels right. And since Ms. Stouter brought that up as a suggestion, which I think that has thought about, I think that's appropriate. And I think that reducing that, the threshold of 36 and into the CCT district also seems right as well. And I think the NMX to 12, as she's suggested. So that's why I'm supporting the amendment to my main motion.
Thank you, Commissioner Cantrell. Any other comments on the amendment to the main motion? Commissioner Sundquist.
Just a question. I'm sorry, I lost the track, but what is the 50%? How does the 50% work?
Ms. Stouter, do you want to?
Sure. Just in case, I just want to share screen again to make sure that we have this right as staff. So the 50% is really related to the CCT district. So as of now, the proposal would be to reduce to 50% the amount of commercial floor space along the street frontage in the NMX and TSS district, and to reduce that to 25% in the CCT district. What I'm understanding the amendment would include is this number right here goes back up to 50%. In the CCT district, buildings with less than 50% of that ground floor frontage along the street as commercial would need a conditional use approval.
Thank you, Ms. Stouter. Did that answer your question, Commissioner?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments, questions on the motion? Seeing none, we will come to a vote. I will assume unanimous consent unless I see a raised hand to object. Seeing no raised hands to object, the amendment passes. We are back on the main motion. Any further comments on the main motion discussion? Seeing no raised hands, we will come to a vote on the main motion. I will assume unanimous consent unless I see a raised hand to object. Seeing no raised hands to object, the motion passes unanimously. Thank you. The next item on the agenda is business by members. And I do have one thing I want to say. We are going to miss Commissioner Sundquist tremendously. This is his last regular meeting. He has promised, though, that he will be back with us on May 13th for the TDM special meeting. So thank you very much for that. And we will be happy to see you there, but sad not to see you at our other meetings. We have valued your input, your insight, your knowledge, your breadth and depth of knowledge. So thank you so much for being such a great Plan Commission member. Yeah. So thank you. And we would tip a glass to you, but we can't get together and it's awfully late. So anyway, any other business by members? Secretary's report.
Thank you, Chair Zellers. Again, in Eric's absence, I mentioned how much staff has appreciated working with Eric. Eric, just since you're here this evening, I just want to mention from certainly from me, from my colleagues in the planning division, zoning, and well beyond that, we've so appreciated working with you through the years. You've been instrumental in so much positive policy change, and just thank you, and best of luck. And keep in touch. And keep an eye on us here in Madison. I'll try to roll through the Secretary's report pretty quickly. Next meeting on April 12th, we'll have the Comprehensive Plan Progress Update will be shared with the Plan Commission. We'll have a few TID amendments and TIDs 39, 41, and 42. We will have the building that is being constructed at Madison Yards, the 7-story office building, and also a 78-unit apartment building. So the next phase of the Madison Yards proposal. We'll have the Parks Division looking at conversion of the old medical office at Olin Turville Park. Sorry, I'm not thinking straight this evening. Converting it for their office space at Lakeside Street. And then back before you again, the new rezoning proposal within the area of the Milwaukee Street Special Area Plan. So Milwaukee and West Corporate Drive from Industrial Limited to CCT. The other ones that I'll mention here at 2208 University Avenue, demolition and construction of a 6-story mixed-use building with a small commercial space and 79 apartment units. And then finally, the series of properties along Milwaukee Street, demolition for the expansion of OB Sherry Park, consistent with recommendations in the Milwaukee Street Special Area Plan. And then moving forward to April 26th, One thing not shown here on this list is that we'll have staff, Dan McAuliffe will come and present an overview of the proactive rezoning considerations within the Oscar Mayer area to get some feedback from you on an informational level before we move forward with the introduction of any of those. And then I think that's the main thing I'll actually mention. That should be a relatively light agenda that evening. Thank you so much for the hard work and for keeping us on our toes with this tough set of ordinances. Really appreciate all of your time.
And thank you to staff, because I know that you did a lot of work on these. So thank you very much, and for being so responsive to all the questions that were coming in, requests for data. So thank you for that. Any other announcements? Seeing no raised hands, adjournment is next. Moved by Commissioner Cantrell, seconded by Commissioner Solheim. And I will assume unanimous consent unless I see a raised hand to object. Okay, thank you, everybody.